When Michael Jordan opened an envelope from his son Marcus late one Sunday night, he had no idea his whole world was about to crash down around him. The greatest basketball player of all time sat alone in his study, surrounded by 6 championship rings and golden trophies. He had everything the world said mattered: fame, money, success. But as he read the first line of his son's letter, his hands started shaking. "Dad, I've been afraid to tell you this for 15 years. Michael's chest tightened. 15 years? What secret had his son been hiding from him for 15 years? As he kept reading, tears started streaming down his face. The letter revealed something so shocking, so heartbreaking, that Michael couldn't breathe. His son Marcus wrote about a night when he was just 15 years old. A night when Marcus stood on the edge of a school roof, 4 stories high, ready to jump, ready to end his life because the pressure of being Michael Jordan's son was too much to carry. And Michael had no idea. He came home that night, saw Marcus's closed bedroom door, and went to sleep thinking his son was just upset about losing a basketball game. He never checked on him. He never asked if he was okay. But someone else did. Someone Michael had probably walked past 100 times without even noticing saved his son's life that night. And for the next 15 years, this person became the father Michael should have been. Who was this mystery person? What else was in Marcus's letter that made the legendary Michael Jordan break down crying? And why was Marcus finally telling his father the truth after keeping it secret for so long? Watch this whole video to find out how one letter changed everything for the Jordan family, revealed a hero nobody saw coming, and started a movement that would save thousands of lives. This is the true story of the letter that made a legend cry. Michael Jordan sat alone in his private study on the 2nd floor of his Chicago mansion. The room was quiet, except for the soft ticking of an antique clock on the wall. Outside, the Sunday evening sky had turned dark purple, and streetlights flickered on across the neighborhood. At 60 years old, Michael was surrounded by reminders of his legendary career. 6 championship rings sat in a glass case near the window. Golden trophies lined the mahogany shelves. Framed photographs covered the walls. Michael dunking, Michael celebrating, to Michael holding the NBA championship trophy high above his head. But tonight, none of those things mattered. His assistant, Margaret, had brought in the day's mail before leaving for the weekend. She'd placed the stack on his desk like she always did. Bills on the left, fan letters on the right, personal mail in the middle. One envelope caught Michael's eye immediately. It was thick, cream-colored, and his son Marcus's handwriting was unmistakable across the front. But what made Michael's chest tighten was the message written in red ink at the top. "Please read alone, Dad." Michael picked up the envelope with trembling hands. It felt heavy, like it contained several pages. He turned it over, studying his name written in Marcus's careful handwriting. When was the last time Marcus had written him a letter? Michael couldn't remember. They texted sometimes, talked on the phone occasionally, but an actual letter? Something was wrong. Michael set the envelope back on his desk and stood up. His legs felt shaky. He walked to the small bar in the corner of his study and poured himself a glass of water. His hands were shaking so badly that water sloshed over the rim. "Get it together," he muttered to himself. But he couldn't shake the feeling of dread spreading through his chest. Marcus was 32 years old now, a grown man with his own life. They weren't close, not the way fathers and sons should be, but they were civil. They saw each other on holidays. They kept up appearances. So why a letter? Why now? And why did it need to be read alone? Michael returned to his desk and sat down heavily in his leather chair. He stared at the envelope for a long minute, afraid to open it. afraid of what secrets it might hold, afraid of what truths his son might finally be brave enough to tell him. Through the window, Michael could see his reflection in the darkening glass. An older man with gray hair, worry lines creasing his forehead, eyes that had seen triumph and victory but somehow missed the most important things. He thought about Marcus as a little boy, always trying so hard to please him, always practicing basketball until his hands were red and sore, always looking up at Michael with those hopeful eyes that asked, "Did I do good, Dad? Are you proud of me?" Michael swallowed hard. He couldn't remember enough times when he'd said yes. His phone buzzed on the desk, a text from a business associate about a meeting next week. Michael ignored it. He picked up the envelope again, feeling its weight, feeling the thickness of however many pages Marcus had written. "Please read alone, Dad." What could be so serious that Marcus needed him to be alone? What had his son been hiding all these years? Michael took a deep breath and slid his finger under the envelope's seal. The paper tore easily, making a soft ripping sound in the quiet study. He pulled out several handwritten pages, at least 5 or 6 sheets of paper, covered front and back with Marcus's neat handwriting. The trophies on the shelves seemed to watch him. The championship rings gleamed in their case. All those achievements, all that glory, all that success. And somehow, Michael knew that what he was about to read would make all of it feel meaningless. He unfolded the first page, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears, and the opening line made his breath catch in his throat. "Dad, I've been afraid to tell you this for 15 years. Michael stopped reading. 15 years? What had happened 15 years ago? Marcus would have been 17 then, still in high school, still living at home. What could have happened that Michael didn't know about? His hands shook as he held the letter. Part of him wanted to put it away, to call Marcus instead, to avoid whatever painful truth was written on these pages, but he couldn't. He had to know. Michael adjusted the desk lamp, bringing more light to the pages. He took another deep breath, and with his heart racing and his stomach churning with fear, he began to read his son's truth. "Dear Dad, I've been afraid to tell you this for 15 years, but I can't carry it alone anymore. I need you to understand who I really was back then, and who I've had to become since. Do you remember June 14th, 1998? You probably don't. It was the night you won your 6th NBA championship against the Utah Jazz. The whole world was celebrating. People were dancing in the streets of Chicago. Strangers were hugging each other and crying with joy. I was 10 years old, sitting alone in our living room, watching you on TV. Mom was at the game, but I had stayed home with a babysitter because I had the flu. I watched you make that final shot, watched you celebrate with your teammates, watched the confetti fall from the ceiling, and I cried, 'Dad,' but not because I was happy for you. I cried because even on the greatest night of your life, I felt invisible. I knew that when you came home, you wouldn't ask how I was feeling, and you wouldn't sit with me and tell me about the game. You'd be tired or busy or surrounded by other people celebrating, and I would still be invisible. That was the night I realized something that changed my childhood forever. I would never be enough for you." Michael stopped reading, his vision blurring with tears. He remembered that championship night, remembered the celebration, remembered coming home at 3 in the morning. He'd peeked into Marcus's room, saw his son sleeping, and quietly closed the door. He thought he was being considerate, letting the boy rest. He never knew Marcus had been crying. Michael wiped his eyes and continued reading. "Let me tell you what my life was really like growing up as your son. Every morning, I woke up carrying the weight of your name. At school, I wasn't just Marcus, and I was Michael Jordan's son. Teachers expected me to be perfect. Coaches expected me to be the best athlete. Other kids either worshipped me or hated me. Nobody just wanted to be my friend. My basketball coach, Mr. Patterson, compared me to you constantly. Your father would have made that shot, he'd say when I missed. Your father never gave up that easily, he'd say when I got tired. What would your father think if he saw you playing like this? I was 10 years old, Dad. 10. And I already felt like a failure. Do you remember my games? You came to maybe 1 out of every 10. And when you did show up, it was worse than when you didn't. Because then I wasn't just playing basketball, I was performing for you. My hands would shake, my stomach would hurt. I'd miss easy shots because I was so afraid of disappointing you. After games, you'd give me tips in the car on the way home. You need to work on your left hand. Your defense was sloppy. You're not focusing hard enough. You thought you were coaching me, but what I heard was, you're not good enough. You're not me. You'll never be me. Michael's hands trembled as he held the letter. He remembered those car rides. He thought he was helping, sharing his knowledge, preparing Marcus for success. How had he been so blind? Mom tried to protect me from the pressure. She'd tell me it was okay to just have fun, that basketball was just a game. But even she couldn't shield me from the reality that everywhere I went, people expected me to be like you. I practiced for hours every day, Dad. While other kids were playing video games or hanging out with friends, I was in the driveway shooting baskets until my hands bled. Literally bled. I have scars on my palms from those years, from gripping the basketball so hard, from trying so desperately to be good enough. I studied videos of you playing. I tried to copy your moves, your form, your style. I slept in my basketball shoes because I read somewhere that you used to do that. I ate the same breakfast you ate. I wore the number 23 even though I hated it because it felt like living in your shadow. One night when I was 12, I overheard you and Mom arguing. I was supposed to be asleep, but I'd gotten up to get water and heard your voices coming from your bedroom. He needs to toughen up, you said. The world won't go easy on him because he's my son. He needs to learn that success requires sacrifice. He doesn't need a coach, Mom said, her voice sharp. He needs a father. He needs you to be present, to listen to him, to see him as more than your basketball project. I am his father, you said, and part of being a father is preparing your son for the real world. If I go easy on him now, he'll be crushed later. I stood in the hallway, listening, holding my glass of water, and something inside me broke. Because I realized you truly believed you were doing the right thing. You thought pushing me, criticizing me, making me tough was love. But Dad, it wasn't love. It was pressure I couldn't carry. That night, standing in our hallway at age 12, I made a decision that would shape everything that came after. I decided to stop trying to please you. I decided to stop chasing your approval. I decided that if I was going to survive being your son, I had to find a way to become invisible. I just didn't know yet how dangerous that invisibility would become. Michael set down the pages, unable to continue for a moment. His chest felt tight, like someone was squeezing his heart. 12 years old. Marcus had been only 12 when he gave up on earning his father's love. What kind of father makes his son feel that way? Michael stood and walked to the window, staring out at the dark Chicago sky. Somewhere out there, Marcus was living his life, carrying these memories, having finally found the courage to write them down. 15 years of secrets. 15 years of pain Michael never saw. He returned to the desk, picked up the letter again, and kept reading. He had to know the rest. He had to know what happened to his invisible son. The worst years were my teenage years, Dad. That's when everything fell apart. By the time I was 13, I had developed severe anxiety. Not just normal nervousness, real, clinical anxiety that made my chest hurt and my hands shake. But I didn't tell anyone because I thought anxiety meant weakness, and Jordan men weren't supposed to be weak. Before every basketball game, I would throw up in the locker room. The other guys thought I had a sensitive stomach. Coach thought I ate too much before games. Nobody knew that my body was physically rejecting the pressure I felt. My heart would race so fast I thought I was having a heart attack. My vision would blur at the edges. Sometimes I couldn't catch my breath, and I'd have to pretend I was just tired from warm-ups. I'd sit on the bench, gasping, while my teammates looked at me like I was pathetic. And still, I kept playing. Because quitting would have been worse than dying on that court. At least, that's what I thought then. Michael's stomach twisted. Anxiety attacks. His son had suffered anxiety attacks and he'd never noticed. Never asked why Marcus was always in the bathroom before games. Never wondered why his son looked pale and shaky. By 15, I knew I couldn't keep doing it. The basketball, the pressure, the constant feeling of drowning while everyone around me expected me to swim. But I was trapped, Dad. Trapped by your name, by everyone's expectations, by my own fear of disappointing you even more than I already had. Then came the night that changed everything. March 15th, 2007. I remember the exact date because it's the night I almost didn't survive. It was the championship game for our high school league, and our team had fought all season to get there, and everyone was excited. The local news was covering it. College scouts were in the stands. And you, Dad, you had promised to come. You'd missed my last 8 games because of business meetings and travel. But you promised you'd be at this one. "I'll be there, son," you said. "I wouldn't miss your championship game." I believed you. I let myself hope. Michael felt a cold dread spreading through his chest. He remembered this. He remembered getting stuck in a business meeting that ran late. Remembered calling Juanita to say he wouldn't make it in time for the start of the game, that he'd try to get there for the second half. He'd made it to the arena with 5 minutes left in the game. He thought arriving late was better than not arriving at all. He'd been wrong. The game started, and you weren't there. I kept looking at the entrance, waiting for you to walk in. Every time the door opened, my heart jumped. But it was never you. My anxiety was worse than it had ever been. I couldn't focus. I couldn't breathe properly. Every time I touched the ball, my hands were so sweaty it slipped. I missed shots I could normally make with my eyes closed. By halftime, we were losing by 12 points. In the locker room, Coach Patterson pulled me aside. "What's wrong with you?" he demanded. "You're playing like you've never touched a basketball. Your father would be ashamed of this performance." He didn't know you weren't there yet. Nobody did. They all assumed you were in the stands somewhere, watching your son fail. The second half was worse. My chest felt so tight, I thought my ribs might crack. My vision kept blurring, while I was having a full panic attack in the middle of a championship game, and I couldn't stop it. I couldn't control it. I couldn't even tell anyone because then they'd know I was weak. With 30 seconds left, we were down by 2 points. Coach called a timeout and drew up the final play. The ball was coming to me. I was supposed to take the final shot. "This is your moment," Coach said, staring right at me. "This is your chance to show everyone you're really Michael Jordan's son." As we walked back onto the court, you finally arrived. I saw you slip into the stands, trying to be inconspicuous. You were 4 hours late, but you'd made it. And that made everything worse. Because now you were watching. Now you would see me either succeed or fail. And Dad, I was already failing. I'd been failing all game. But this last shot, this would be the one you'd remember. The ball came to me with 8 seconds left. I had a clear path to the basket. This was the shot I'd practiced 10,000 times in our driveway. This was the moment every young basketball player dreams about. But I couldn't move. My legs felt like concrete. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the ball. The crowd was screaming, but all I could hear was my own heartbeat pounding in my ears like thunder. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I shot the ball. It felt wrong the moment it left my hands. I knew it would miss. It didn't just miss. It hit the side of the backboard and bounced out of bounds. We lost the championship. The crowd went silent. Then someone booed. Then more people joined in. My teammates stared at me with disgust and disbelief. Coach Patterson put his head in his hands. And you, Dad, you just sat there in the stands, your face completely expressionless. I couldn't tell if you were disappointed or angry or sad. You were just blank. I ran. I didn't go to the locker room with my team. I didn't wait for the post-game speeches or the runner-up ceremony. I just ran out of the gym, through the parking lot, back toward the school building. I ended up on the roof, the school roof, 4 stories high. Michael dropped the letter, his hands flying to his mouth. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." He picked up the pages again, his hands shaking so violently he could barely hold them. I stood on the edge of that roof for an hour, Dad. A full hour. I looked down at the parking lot below and thought about how easy it would be to just step off. To end the pressure, I end the anxiety, end the feeling of never being enough. I thought about you finding out that your son had jumped off a building. Would you be sad? Would you blame yourself? Or would you just be embarrassed that Michael Jordan's son was too weak to handle pressure? I stood there, crying, my toes hanging over the edge, trying to find the courage to either step back or step forward. That's when I heard a voice behind me say, "Son, it's mighty cold up here. Mind if I sit with you for a bit?" Michael's vision blurred completely now. Tears streamed down his face, dropping onto the pages. His son had stood on a roof, ready to jump, and Michael had gone home that night thinking Marcus was just upset about losing a game. He remembered getting home around midnight. Marcus's bedroom door was closed. Michael had assumed his son wanted to be alone, or to deal with the loss privately. He'd gone to bed without checking on him. He'd never checked on him. Michael forced himself to keep reading, even though every word felt like a knife in his chest. The voice belonged to the school janitor, an old man named Thomas Washington. He was 74 years old, and he'd seen me climb up to the roof. Instead of calling security or my parents, he'd climbed up himself. "I'm not going to tell you to come down," Thomas said, settling himself carefully on the roof about 10 feet away from me. "I'm just going to sit here with you, if that's all right." We sat in silence for a long time. I don't know why, but his presence calmed me somehow. He wasn't panicking or trying to save me. He was just there. Finally, he spoke again. "You know, my son used to feel a lot of pressure too. His daddy, that's me. I was a war hero. Came back from Korea with medals and commendations. Everyone in our neighborhood thought I was something special." "What happened to your son?" I asked, still standing on the edge. "He died in a car accident when he was 23, Thomas said quietly. "And you know what my biggest regret is? That I spent so much time trying to make him tough, trying to prepare him for the world, that I forgot to just love him. I forgot to tell him that who he was, not what he achieved, but who he was, that was enough. I turned to look at Thomas then. Tears were running down his weathered face. "Your daddy's a great basketball player," Thomas said. "But you know what? You ain't gotta be him. You just gotta be you. And that's enough. You hear me? You are enough. You're exactly as you are." Nobody had ever said that to me before, Dad. Nobody. Thomas stayed with me on that roof for 3 more hours. He told me stories about his son, about pressure and expectations, about how life doesn't always go as planned, but that doesn't make it worthless. He made me promise to talk to someone, and gave me his phone number, telling me to call any time, day or night. "You matter," he said, as we finally climbed down from that roof together. "Not because of who your daddy is, not because of basketball. You matter because you're a human being, and human beings have worth just by existing." That night, Thomas Washington saved my life. And then, over the next 15 years, he saved it again and again and again. Michael set down the letter, unable to read any further for the moment. He stood up. He walked to the bathroom attached to his study and vomited. His son had almost died. His 15-year-old son had stood on a roof, ready to jump, and Michael had been completely oblivious. He rinsed his mouth, splashed cold water on his face, and stared at himself in the mirror. The great Michael Jordan, 6-time NBA champion, Hall of Famer, legend, and the father who'd almost lost his son without even knowing it. Michael returned to his desk. He had to keep reading. He had to know everything. Because, for the first time in his life, winning didn't matter. Championships didn't matter. Legacy didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was the son he'd failed to see. Michael picked up the letter with trembling hands. His face was wet with tears, his chest tight with grief and shame. But he had to keep reading. He owed Marcus that much. Thomas Washington became the father I needed when you were too busy being a legend, Dad. I know that sounds harsh, but it's the truth. After that night on the roof, Thomas gave me his phone number and told me to call whenever I needed to talk. At first, I didn't call. I was embarrassed that a janitor, someone most people at school didn't even notice, had seen me at my lowest point. But 2 weeks later, I had another panic attack before a game. I locked myself in a bathroom stall, hyperventilating, convinced I was dying. I pulled out Thomas's number and called him. He answered on the second ring. "Marcus," he said, like he'd been waiting for my call. "Tell me what's happening, son." I told him everything. The panic, the fear, the pressure, the feeling that I was drowning. And you know what he did? He didn't tell me to toughen up, and he didn't say I was being dramatic. He just listened. "That sounds real hard," Thomas said when I finished. "But you know what? What you're feeling. That's your body trying to protect you. It's telling you something ain't right. Maybe it's time to listen to it instead of pushing through it." "But I can't quit basketball," I said. "My dad would—" "Your dad would what?" Thomas interrupted gently. "Stop loving you? Son, if his love depends on you playing a game, then that ain't real love. Real love sees you, supports you, wants what's best for you, not what makes him look good." Michael's throat burned. He set down the letter and pressed his palms against his eyes. Thomas was right. God help him, the janitor was absolutely right. From that day on, Thomas became my safe person. I called him 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes we'd talk for hours. Sometimes he'd just let me cry while he sat quietly on the other end of the phone. He came to my games sometimes, sitting in the back row where nobody noticed him. He wasn't there to watch me play basketball. He was there to watch me, to make sure I was okay. After games, win or lose, he'd send me a text. "Proud of you. Not for the score, but for showing up." Do you know how powerful that was, Dad? To have someone proud of me just for existing? Just for trying. Thomas started meeting me once a week at a diner near the school. We'd sit in a booth for hours, and he'd ask me questions nobody else asked. Not, "How's basketball?" but, "How's your heart?" Not, "Are you winning?" but, "Are you happy?" The answer was always no. I wasn't happy. But talking to Thomas made me feel less alone in my unhappiness. And he told me about his son, James, who had died at 23. James had felt pressure to be like his war hero father. He'd joined the military, tried to earn medals like his dad, pushed himself to be brave and strong and fearless. "But my boy wasn't a soldier," Thomas said, his eyes distant. "He was gentle, artistic, sensitive. The military broke something in him. And when he came home, he wasn't the same. 6 months later, he wrapped his car around a tree. The police said it was an accident. But I always wondered." Thomas looked at me with such intensity. "I couldn't save my boy because I didn't see him until it was too late. But Marcus, I see you. I see a young man who's hurting, who's trying to be someone he ain't, who needs permission to be himself. And I'm giving you that permission. You hear me? You got permission to be Marcus. You're not Michael Jordan Jr." Michael stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the hardwood floor. He walked to the window, his fist pressed against his mouth to keep from sobbing out loud. A janitor. A man he'd probably walked past 100 times without really seeing. That man had given Marcus what Michael should have given him: unconditional love, acceptance, permission to be himself. And Michael had given him what? Criticism, expectations, pressure. He returned to the desk, his legs weak. Thomas helped me in ways I can't fully explain. When I had panic attacks, he taught me breathing exercises. When I felt worthless, he reminded me of my value. When I wanted to give up, he gave me reasons to stay. He was there for every major moment of my life from age 15 onward. When I decided to quit competitive basketball my junior year, he supported me, even though you didn't. When I got accepted to college for business instead of basketball, he celebrated with me, even though you barely acknowledged it. When I struggled with depression my freshman year, he drove 3 hours to visit me and make sure I was okay, while you were at a basketball camp in California. I'm not telling you this to hurt you, Dad. I'm telling you because you need to understand that Thomas Washington saved my life over and over again. He became the person I called when things went wrong. He became the person whose approval I sought. He became my father in all the ways that mattered. And you? You became someone I had to manage. Someone I had to keep at a distance to protect myself. Someone I loved but couldn't trust with my real feelings. The words cut through Michael like broken glass. And he'd been managed, kept at a distance, loved but not trusted. Do you remember my college graduation? You came, which surprised me. But during the ceremony, you spent most of the time on your phone, answering emails and texts. Thomas sat next to Mom, fully present, tears in his eyes when I walked across the stage. After the ceremony, you shook my hand and said, "Good job." Then you left for a meeting. Thomas hugged me and said, "I'm so proud of the man you've become, not because of your degree, but because you survived. You made it through the darkness, and you're still here. That takes more courage than most people will ever know." That's the difference, Dad. Thomas saw my survival as an achievement. You saw my degree as the achievement, and even that wasn't good enough because it wasn't a basketball scholarship or a spot in the NBA. Michael remembered that graduation. He remembered the meeting, some endorsement deal that probably didn't even go through. He remembered thinking that graduations were mostly just ceremony anyway, that what mattered was that Marcus had finished college. He'd been so wrong about everything. Over the years, Thomas and I developed a relationship that I can only describe as father and son. He met my girlfriends and gave me advice about relationships. He helped me figure out what I wanted to do with my life when I felt lost. He listened to my dreams without judging them or trying to redirect them towards something more practical or successful. When I told him I wanted to start a nonprofit to help young people dealing with pressure and mental health issues, he didn't ask about profit margins or sustainability. He asked, "Does this work feed your soul?" When I said yes, he said, "Then that's what you should do." He even helped me name it, Beyond the Game. Because that's what he taught me, that life exists beyond the game, beyond the competition, beyond the wins and losses. Life is about connection, purpose, meaning, love. Thomas came to the opening of our first small office 3 years ago. It was just me and 2 volunteers in a tiny rented space, but Thomas looked around like it was a palace. "This is your legacy," he said, "not your last name. This right here, helping people who hurt the way you hurt. This is what you'll be remembered for." Michael's tears fell freely now, splattering on the pages. His son had built something meaningful, something that helped people, and Michael had known nothing about it. 3 weeks ago, Thomas died, and he was 89 years old, and his heart just gave out peacefully in his sleep. His daughter called to tell me. I drove to the hospital and sat with his body for 2 hours, holding his hand, thanking him for everything he'd given me. At his funeral, his daughter gave me something. She said Thomas had left specific instructions that if anything happened to him, I should receive a box he'd kept in his closet. Inside that box were journals, 15 years of journals. Thomas had written about me, about our conversations, about his hopes for my future. He'd documented my journey from suicidal teenager to functioning adult to someone helping others. But Dad, there was something else in that box. Letters. Letters Thomas had written to you but never sent. Michael's heart stopped. Letters to him? I'm including 3 of those letters with this letter I'm writing you now. I think you need to read them. I think you need to see yourself through the eyes of the man who saved your son's life. Thomas loved me, Dad. But he also forgave you. He understood you in ways I couldn't. And maybe, if you read his words, you'll finally understand what you missed. What we both missed, because I never gave you the chance to know the real me. Michael's hands shook as he set down Marcus's letter and reached for 3 additional pages that had been folded separately in the envelope. They were written in different handwriting, shaky, elderly script. These were Thomas Washington's words, the man who'd been a father to Marcus when Michael had failed. Michael unfolded the first letter, dated 15 years ago, and began to read the wisdom of a janitor who'd seen what a legend could not. The first letter was dated April 3, 2007, just weeks after Marcus had stood on that roof. The paper was yellowed with age, the handwriting shaky but deliberate. Dear Mr. Jordan, my name is Thomas Washington. I'm the janitor at your son's high school. You probably don't know who I am, and that's all right. Most people don't see janitors, and I've made my peace with that. But I need to tell you something about your boy, even though I know I'll never send this letter. Sometimes writing things down is the only way to make sense of them, you know? 3 weeks ago, I found Marcus on the school roof. He was standing on the edge, ready to jump. He'd just lost a championship game, missed the final shot. But Mr. Jordan, that basketball game wasn't why he wanted to die. That was just the last straw on a load too heavy for any 15-year-old to carry. Your son is hurting. Not the kind of hurt that comes from losing a game or getting a bad grade. The kind of hurt that comes from feeling invisible, from never being good enough, from carrying a name so big it crushes the person underneath it. I sat with him on that roof for hours. I told him about my own boy, James, who died because I pushed him too hard to be like me. I don't want that for Marcus. I don't want another father to lose his son because he couldn't see past his own expectations. Mr. Jordan, I know you're a great basketball player. The whole world knows that. But your boy don't need a great basketball player. He needs a father who sees him, not as your legacy, not as your second chance, not as a reflection of you, but as his own person with his own struggles and his own worth. Marcus told me you came late to his game. He said he kept looking for you in the stands, and every time the door opened, his heart jumped, hoping it was you. By the time you arrived, he was already drowning in panic he didn't know how to name. Success ain't always about winning championships, sir. Sometimes it's about winning your child's trust. Sometimes it's about being present instead of perfect. Sometimes it's about saying, I see you and you're enough, instead of, you can do better. Your son is brilliant, Mr. Jordan. Not because he can play basketball, but because he has a tender heart that feels things deeply. He sees people. He cares about their pain. That's a gift, not a weakness. I'm going to help him however I can. And I'm going to be there when he needs someone to talk to. But sir, with all due respect, I'm not his father. You are. And he needs you to be a father, not a coach, not a legend. Just a dad who loves his boy without conditions. I won't send this letter. Maybe I'm a coward for that. Or maybe I just understand that some lessons need to be learned, not told. But I'm writing it down so I remember what I need to do. Love this boy the way he deserves to be loved, until you figure out how to do it yourself. Maybe you will someday. I hope so. Respectfully, Thomas Washington Michael's chest heaved with sobs. He folded the letter carefully, his tears staining the old paper. Thomas had known. This stranger had seen in one night what Michael had missed for 15 years. He picked up the second letter, dated November 12th, 2012. Marcus would have been 20 years old. Dear Mr. Jordan, it's been 5 years since I wrote you the first letter I never sent. Marcus is in college now. He quit competitive basketball his junior year of high school, and I know that disappointed you. I heard him on the phone with his mother, crying because you'd barely spoken to him for weeks after he told you. But Mr. Jordan, your son is flourishing in ways you're not seeing. He's studying business, yes, but more importantly, he's finding himself. He's making friends who like him for who he is, not whose son he is. He's joining clubs that have nothing to do with sports. He's discovering that he's good at things, many things, that don't involve a basketball. He still calls me 2 or 3 times a week. Last Tuesday, he called me excited because he'd volunteered at a youth center and helped a troubled kid open up about his struggles. Thomas, he said, I think I'm good at helping people. I think this might be what I'm supposed to do. Did you know your son wants to work with at-risk youth? Did you know he's thinking about starting a program for young people who feel crushed by expectations? Did you know he's been seeing a therapist for 3 years now, working through his anxiety and depression? Probably not. Because Marcus don't tell you these things. He's afraid you'll see them as more evidence of his weakness, more proof that he's not the son you wanted. Mr. Jordan, Marcus told me today he wants to quit basketball completely. Not just competitive basketball, but pickup games, recreational leagues, all of it. See, he said every time he touches a basketball, he feels anxious. The ball reminds him of failure, of never being enough, of disappointing you. I told him that's okay. I told him his worth ain't tied to a ball. I told him some people are meant to heal others, not compete against them. But sir, he won't fully quit because he's afraid of disappointing you even more than he already has. Your approval, which he's never really had, still controls his choices. That's no way to live. Your son is brilliant in ways that have nothing to do with sports. He sees people's pain because he's lived through his own. He has empathy because he needed empathy and didn't get it from the people who should have given it. He's got your heart, sir. That fierce, determined heart. Even if he don't got your jump shot. And honestly, his heart is better than a jump shot ever could be. I'm getting older now. I'm 79, and I can feel my body slowing down. I retired from the school last year, but Marcus still visits me twice a month. We have lunch at the same diner we've been going to for years. He tells me his dreams, his fears, his hopes. He told me last month that he's grateful for the pain he went through because it taught him compassion. He said, "Thomas, if I'd had a perfect childhood, I wouldn't understand the kids I want to help. So maybe everything happened the way it was supposed to." That's the kind of wisdom your son has, Mr. Jordan. That's the kind of man he's becoming. I just wish you could see it. Respectfully, Thomas Washington Michael pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. Marcus had wanted to help troubled youth even back then. See, he'd been building toward his purpose for over a decade, and Michael had known nothing about it. He'd been so focused on what Marcus wasn't doing, not playing basketball, not pursuing sports, that he'd completely missed what Marcus was doing. Michael's hands trembled as he picked up the third and final letter from Thomas. This one was dated March 28, 2025, just 2 months ago. The handwriting was even shakier than the others, the letters barely legible in places. "Dear Mr. Jordan, I'm 89 years old now, and I know my time is coming soon. My heart ain't what it used to be, and the doctors say it could give out any day. So I'm writing this last letter, even though, like the others, I'll probably never send it. Marcus is 32 now, a grown man, and Mr. Jordan, he's magnificent. Do you know what your son has built? Oh, he runs a nonprofit called Beyond the Game that helps young people struggling with mental health and the pressure of expectations. In the last 8 years, they've helped over 2,000 kids find their way. 2,000 kids who felt worthless, who thought about ending their lives, who couldn't live up to their parents' dreams. Marcus helped them all. He gave them what someone gave him when he was drowning. He saw them. He listened to them. He told them they were enough. I went to his office last week. It's grown from that tiny rented space to a real facility with counselors and support groups and programs. On the wall, there's a photo of every kid they've helped. 2,000 faces. 2,000 lives saved or changed or given hope. Marcus showed me a letter from a girl named Sophia. Her mother wanted her to be a doctor, but Sophia wanted to be an artist. She was planning to kill herself rather than disappoint her mother. Marcus's program helped her find the courage to be honest, to choose her own path. Now she's in art school, and she sends Marcus paintings to thank him. That's one story, Mr. Jordan. One of 2,000. Your son is doing what I wish I'd done for my boy James. He's breaking the cycle of pressure and expectations. He's teaching young people that their worth ain't measured by their achievements. He's giving them permission to be themselves. And he's doing it all quietly, without using your name, without seeking publicity, without wanting credit. He's doing it because it's his purpose, because his pain gave him a mission. Mr. Jordan, I need to tell you something before I die. Your son don't need you to be proud of his basketball career, not because he don't have one. He don't need you to approve of his business success, because that ain't what drives him. What he needs, what he's always needed, is for you to be proud of him. Just him. Marcus. The man he became despite his pain, not because of it. I'm dying soon, and my biggest regret is that I couldn't help you and your son find each other again. I tried, in my own way, by being there for him. But a substitute father ain't the same as a real father who finally sees his son. If you're reading this letter, and you probably ain't, because I'll probably never send it, please know that Marcus loves you. He's angry at you. He's hurt by you. But underneath all that pain, he still loves you. He still hopes that one day you'll see him. Don't wait until it's too late like I did with James. Don't let pride or disappointment or your own ego keep you from your boy. Life is short, Mr. Jordan. Championships fade, records get broken, but the relationship between a father and son, that's forever, for better or worse. You still got time to make it better. Please, sir, see your son before it's too late. With respect and hope, Thomas Washington Michael set down the letter and buried his face in his hands. His whole body shook with grief, not just for what he'd lost, but for what he'd never had. All these years, he could have known his son. He could have been proud of the real Marcus instead of disappointed in the imaginary one. Thomas had died 2 months ago. This wise, kind man who'd saved Marcus's life had died hoping that Michael would finally see his son. And now, Marcus had sent these letters to him. Why? Why now? And Michael picked up Marcus's original letter again, his hands shaking, and found the last page he hadn't yet read. His son's words continued. Dad, I'm sharing these letters with you because Thomas's daughter gave them to me at his funeral, and reading them broke something open in me. For 15 years, Thomas had been trying to build a bridge between us. He loved me, but he also forgave you. He understood that you were doing the best you knew how, even when your best wasn't enough. And now, he's gone. And I realized that life is too short to keep hiding, too short to keep pretending, too short to keep hoping you'll somehow magically see me without me giving you the chance. So I'm writing you this letter. I'm telling you everything. And Dad, I need to ask you something important, something that might change both our lives. Michael's heart pounded as he turned to the final page. What was Marcus asking? After everything he'd revealed, what more could there be? Michael's hands trembled as he read the final page of Marcus's letter. His eyes were so blurred with tears, he had to wipe them repeatedly to see the words. Dad, there's a reason I'm telling you all of this now, after keeping it secret for so long. Yesterday, something happened that changed everything for me. A documentary filmmaker named Rebecca Chen approached me. She's been researching Beyond the Game for 6 months, interviewing the young people we've helped, talking to counselors, witnessing the work we do. She wants to make a film about the organization and its impact. But here's the thing, Dad. She doesn't just want to tell the story of the program. She wants to tell our story. See, your story and my story. The story of Michael Jordan's son who almost died from the pressure of that name, who was saved by a janitor nobody noticed, and who built something meaningful from his pain. Rebecca says thousands of young people are struggling under the weight of living up to legendary parents. Athletes' kids, CEOs' kids, doctors' kids, politicians' kids, all feeling invisible, all feeling not good enough, all desperately needing to know they're not alone. She thinks our story, told honestly, with all the pain and brokenness, could help them, could help their parents too, could show families that even the greatest champions fail at things that matter more than winning. Michael's breath caught. A documentary about their broken relationship, about his failures as a father. His first instinct was to say no, to protect his image, to keep the family's private struggles private. But he kept reading. I've spent the last 24 hours thinking about this, Dad. For years, I've kept my work separate from your shadow. I didn't want Beyond the Game to be known as Michael Jordan's son's charity. I wanted it to be its own thing, built with my own hands, succeeding on its own merits. But Rebecca made me realize something. Our story isn't just about me or you. It's about every family struggling with expectations and disappointment. It's about breaking cycles of pressure. It's about showing people that it's okay to forge your own path, even when that disappoints the people you love most. The documentary could reach millions of people, Dad. It could save lives. Not because of basketball or fame or success, but because honesty heals. It's because other kids need to know that even Michael Jordan's son felt worthless sometimes. Because other parents need to know that even legends can be terrible at the most important job they'll ever have, being a father. Michael flinched at those words. Terrible at being a father. It was harsh, but he couldn't argue with it. But I won't do this without your permission. This is your story too. Your privacy matters. Your reputation matters. And honestly, Dad, I'm scared. I'm scared you'll be angry that I'm exposing our family struggles to the world. I'm scared you'll feel like I'm betraying you or using your name after all these years of trying to avoid it. I'm scared you'll think I'm weak for admitting I needed help, that I almost died, that a janitor saved me when my own father couldn't. But I'm scared that telling the truth will make you hate me even more than my failures already did. I don't hate you, Michael whispered to the empty room. God, Marcus, I never hated you. But here's the thing, Dad. I'm more scared of staying silent. I'm more scared of another kid standing on a roof somewhere, feeling alone, thinking they're the only one who can't live up to impossible expectations. I'm more scared of families breaking apart because they can't be honest with each other. So I'm asking you, will you let me tell our story? Will you participate in this documentary? Will you sit down with Rebecca and me and talk about what went wrong between us? What I needed that you couldn't give? What you were struggling with that I couldn't see? I'm not asking you to apologize publicly. Though I won't lie, an apology would mean everything to me. I'm not asking you to pretend to be perfect or to take all the blame. I just want honesty. Raw, uncomfortable, messy honesty. Because that's what people need to see. Not perfect families or neat resolutions, but real people struggling and failing and trying to find their way back to each other. Michael set down the page, his chest heaving. Marcus was asking him to expose his biggest failures to the world. To admit publicly that being a champion didn't make him a good father. To let millions of people see the parts of himself he'd spent decades hiding. Everything in him wanted to say no, to protect his image, to keep private things private. But he picked up the letter and kept reading. But Dad, there's something even bigger than the documentary, or something more important than any film or publicity or public confession. Will you meet the kids at Beyond the Game? Will you come to our center and see what's possible when someone tells young people they're enough exactly as they are? Will you meet Deshaun, who was about to jump from a bridge last year before I talked him down by sharing my own story of standing on that school roof? He's in college now, studying psychology, wanting to help others the way I helped him. Will you meet Jasmine, who was a gifted soccer player, but developed an eating disorder from the pressure to be perfect? Our program connected her with support, and now she's healthy and coaching youth soccer, teaching kids that their worth isn't measured in goals scored. Will you meet Connor, see whose father was a professional hockey player and who's facing the exact same pressure I faced? He's 16 and struggling, and I've been working with him for 3 months, trying to be for him what Thomas was for me. These kids need to see that even legends' children struggle. They need to hear from you that you failed, that you missed what mattered, that success in one area doesn't equal success in all areas. I don't need you to invest money in Beyond the Game, Dad. I don't need you to promote it or make it bigger or use your connections. It's grown just fine without your help, and I'm proud of that. What I need is for you to see me, really see me. Not as your son who couldn't be you, but as the person I've become because I couldn't be you. Not as a disappointment or a failure, but as someone who took his pain and transformed it into purpose. I need you to see that I'm enough, Dad. That I've always been enough. That the person I am, not a basketball player, but a healer, is valuable and worthy of your pride. Michael's tears fell steadily now, dropping onto the pages, smudging some of Marcus's carefully written words. So here's what I'm asking. Tomorrow morning at 9, come to Beyond the Game headquarters. The address is 847 South Martin Luther King Drive, Chicago. Come see what I've built, meet the people I've helped, sit in on a support group session and hear what these kids are going through. And then, if you're willing, let's talk. Really talk. Not about basketball or business or surface things. Let's talk about what happened between us, about the 15 years I stood on that metaphorical roof. She's about Thomas and his letters, about whether we can start over. Can we build something new, Dad? Not based on basketball or championships or the Jordan name, but just as father and son. Can we finally be honest with each other about who we really are, not who we wish we were, or who the world expects us to be? I'm not asking you to be perfect. I'm asking you to be present. I'm not asking you to fix everything. I'm asking you to show up and try. If you don't come tomorrow, I'll understand. I'll know that the gap between us is too wide, that the hurt is too deep, that some relationships can't be repaired. I'll move forward with the documentary or without it, depending on how I feel. I'll keep doing my work. I'll keep helping kids. I'll keep living the life I've built. But I hope you come, Dad. I really hope you come. And because, despite everything, despite the pain and the pressure and the years of feeling invisible, I still love you. I'm still your son. And I still hope that somewhere underneath the legend, there's a father who wants to know his son. Tomorrow, at 9, I'll be waiting. Your son, Marcus Michael, set down the final page and looked at the clock on his desk. It was nearly midnight. In 9 hours, Marcus would be waiting for him. 9 hours to decide whether to protect his image or repair his relationship. 9 hours to choose between his ego and his son. 9 hours to figure out whether he had the courage to admit his failures publicly. Michael stood and walked to the window. The Chicago skyline glittered in the darkness, the same view he'd looked at for years without really seeing it. Just like he'd looked at Marcus for years without really seeing him. He thought about those 6 championship rings in their case across the room, thought about all the trophies and awards and accolades, thought about being called the greatest of all time, the legend, the icon. And then he thought about Thomas Washington, a janitor nobody noticed, who'd saved a life Michael didn't even know was in danger, who'd loved Marcus unconditionally for 15 years, who'd written letters to a famous man, trying to build a bridge, knowing they'd probably never be read. Thomas had died 2 months ago, and with his last breath, he'd hoped that Michael would finally see his son. Michael pulled out his phone. He had calls to make, meetings to cancel, a schedule to clear. Because at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, he was going to do something he should have done 30 years ago. He was going to show up for his son, not as Michael Jordan the legend, but as Michael Jordan the father who'd failed and was finally ready to admit it. His hands still shaking, Michael sat down at his desk and pulled out a piece of paper. If Marcus could write a letter pouring out 15 years of pain, Michael could write one back. He picked up a pen and began to write. "Dear Marcus, I'm coming tomorrow. And son, I'm so sorry I made you wait this long to hear those words. Dear Marcus, I'm coming tomorrow. And son, I'm so sorry I made you wait this long to hear those words. I just finished reading your letter, all of it, including Thomas's letters. It's midnight now, and I'm sitting in my study surrounded by trophies and rings and photographs of moments the world celebrated. But none of them matter. Not a single one matters compared to what I lost while I was winning them. You almost died, Marcus. My son almost died, and I didn't even know. I came home that night after your championship game, saw your closed bedroom door, and went to sleep thinking you were just upset about losing. I never checked on you. I never asked if you were okay. I just assumed. That's the worst part. I assumed so many things about you without ever really asking. I assumed you wanted to play basketball. I assumed you understood that my criticism was love. I assumed you were fine because you kept showing up, kept trying, kept pushing through. I never saw that you were drowning." Michael paused, his pen trembling above the paper. The writing felt inadequate. How could words on a page make up for decades of blindness? But Marcus had asked for honesty, and honesty was the least Michael could offer. Reading Thomas's letters broke me in ways I didn't know were possible. This man, this janitor I probably walked past 100 times without seeing, he saw everything I missed. He saw your pain. He saw your worth. He saw that you needed a father, not a coach. And he gave you what I couldn't. For 15 years, he was the father you deserved, while I was too busy being a legend to notice my son was disappearing. Marcus, I want you to know something. The night you missed that final shot, the night you ran out of the gym, I wasn't disappointed in you. I was disappointed in myself. I saw the panic in your eyes during those final seconds. I saw how your hands were shaking when you caught the ball. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know how to help you. And that made me feel like a failure. So instead of coming to find you, instead of making sure you were okay, I just sat there frozen. When I got home and your door was closed, I told myself you needed space. But the truth is, I was a coward. I didn't know how to talk to you about feelings or fear or struggling. All I knew was basketball and competition and pushing through pain. I thought I was preparing you for the real world, Marcus. I thought if I made you tough, if I pushed you to be better, if I never let you settle for less than excellence, then you'd be ready for anything life threw at you. But I was wrong. So catastrophically wrong. Michael set down his pen and walked to the shelf where a photo album sat, a one he hadn't opened in years. He pulled it out and flipped through pages of Marcus as a baby, as a toddler, as a young boy smiling at the camera. In every photo where Michael appeared, he noticed something he'd never seen before. Marcus wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at Michael, his eyes seeking something. Approval? Love? Attention? Michael returned to his desk and continued writing. I was looking through old photos just now, and I saw something that made me realize how blind I've been. In every picture we took together, you were looking at me. Not at the camera, not at whoever was taking the photo, at me. You were always looking at me, trying to catch my eye, trying to connect. And I was always looking somewhere else, at the camera, at the game in the background, at my phone, at anything but you. Even when we were in the same room, the same photo, the same moment, I wasn't really there. I was somewhere else in my head, thinking about the next game, the next deal, the next achievement. You wrote that I made you feel invisible. Marcus, you weren't invisible. I was blind. There's a difference. You were always there, always trying, always hoping I'd see you. But I had my eyes closed to everything that didn't fit into my narrow definition of success. Michael wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, leaving ink smudges on his face. I need to tell you about my father, your grandfather James. He died when you were young, so you barely remember him. But he was my hero, Marcus. Not because he was successful or famous, but because he saw me. When I was struggling in college, when I wasn't sure if I was good enough for professional basketball, when I had doubts and fears, my father sat with me and said, "Son, I'm proud of you already. Whether you make it to the NBA or not, whether you become famous or not, you're my boy, and I'm proud of who you are." Those words gave me the confidence to keep going. They gave me permission to try and fail, and try again, knowing that my worth wasn't tied to my performance. And yet somehow, I never gave you those same words. I never told you I was proud of you just for being you. I never gave you the gift my father gave me. Why? That's the question I've been asking myself for the last hour. Why did I withhold from you what meant so much to me? I think I was scared, Marcus. Scared that if I went easy on you, if I let you be soft or sensitive or different from me, then the world would crush you. I thought love meant toughening you up, preparing you for battle, making you strong enough to carry the Jordan name. But I was really just terrified that if you were different from me, it would mean I'd failed as a father. That people would look at you and think, Michael Jordan couldn't even raise a son who's like him. My fear made me cruel. My insecurity made you feel worthless. My need to protect my own ego destroyed your childhood. And I'm so sorry. Michael's tears fell freely now, splattering on the paper, smudging the ink. He didn't care. This letter didn't need to be perfect. It needed to be true. You asked in your letter if I'll come tomorrow to see beyond the game, to meet the kids you've helped, to really see who you've become. Marcus, I'll be there. I promise you, I will be there. But I need you to know something before I come. I'm not showing up as Michael Jordan, the basketball legend. I'm showing up as your father who failed you, who's ashamed of his failures, and who wants desperately to do better. I'm scared, son. I'm scared of meeting those kids and seeing my failures reflected in their stories. I'm scared of sitting in a support group and hearing about the damage parents like me cause. I'm scared of facing the truth about who I've been. But I'm more scared of losing you completely. I'm more scared of dying someday and never having really known my own son. I'm more scared of you moving through the rest of your life with a father-shaped hole in your heart because I was too proud or too scared to fill it. You wrote that Thomas forgave me. I don't know how he could, but I'm grateful he did. Now, I need to ask if you can forgive me too. I know I don't deserve it. I know forgiveness isn't something you owe me. I know that showing up tomorrow is the bare minimum after decades of absence, and that one visit won't undo years of pain. But I'm asking anyway, not because I've earned it, but because I need it. Because I want to be your father, Marcus. Not a distant figure who sends birthday cards and shows up to major events. A real father who knows your heart, who supports your dreams, who's proud of the man you've become. I want to know about beyond the game. I want to hear the stories of the kids you've saved. I want to understand how you took the worst pain of your life and transformed it into something that heals others. And yes, I'll do the documentary. I'll sit down with Rebecca Chen and tell the truth about my failures. I'll let the world see that Michael Jordan was a terrible father for too long. If our story can help even one family avoid the pain we went through, then it's worth any embarrassment or damage to my reputation. My reputation isn't more important than your healing. My image isn't more important than those kids who need to know they're not alone. Thomas was right in his letters. You're magnificent, Marcus. Not because of anything you achieved, but because of who you are. Compassionate, strong, wise, forgiving. You're everything I failed to be. I'm proud of you, son. I should have said that 1,000 times already, but I'm saying it now. I'm proud of you for surviving when I made you feel like dying. I'm proud of you for building something meaningful from your pain. I'm proud of you for having the courage to write this letter and demand the truth. You're a better man than I ever was. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I'll be at 847 South Martin Luther King Drive. I'll meet Deshaun and Jasmine and Connor. I'll sit in your support group. I'll listen. I'll learn. I'll try. And maybe, if you're willing, we can start building something new. Not a perfect father-son relationship, I think we're past that, but an honest one. A real one. One where we both show up as we are, not as we wish we were. I love you, Marcus. I always have, even when I showed it in all the wrong ways. And I'm sorry it took a letter, and the death of a man I never knew, for me to finally say what should have been obvious all along. You're enough. You've always been enough. And I'm so grateful you're still willing to give me a chance to prove I can be enough for you too. See you tomorrow, son. Dad Michael folded the letter carefully and placed it in an envelope. He'd give it to Marcus tomorrow when he arrived. He looked at the clock. 2:47 a.m. In 6 hours and 13 minutes, he needed to be at Marcus's center. Michael knew he wouldn't sleep. Couldn't sleep. His mind was racing with everything he'd read, everything he'd learned, everything he'd missed. He picked up his phone and called Juanita. She answered on the third ring, her voice thick with sleep. Michael? It's almost 3 in the morning. What's wrong? Did you know? Michael asked, his voice breaking. Did you know about Marcus standing on that roof? Did you know about Thomas? There was a long silence. Then Juanita's voice came back, so sad and resigned. I knew he was struggling, Michael. I tried to tell you so many times, but you were always so focused on making him tough, on preparing him for success. You didn't want to hear that our son was breaking under the pressure. Why didn't you make me listen? I tried, Juanita said softly. But you were Michael Jordan, the greatest basketball player in the world. You thought you knew better than everyone, including me, including Marcus, including every teacher and counselor who tried to tell you something was wrong. Michael closed his eyes. I failed him. I failed our son. Yes, Juanita said simply. You did. But Michael, he's giving you a chance to do better now. That's more than a lot of kids would give their parents. Don't waste it. They talked for 2 more hours. about Marcus's childhood, and about the signs Michael had missed. About Juanita's own struggles to protect their son while maintaining a marriage that was already breaking. She told him things he'd never known, moments he'd missed, conversations Marcus had with her about feeling invisible to his father. When they finally hung up, Michael sat in his study as dawn began to break outside his window. He looked at his championship rings one more time. 6 rings. 6 times he'd been called a champion. 6 times the world had celebrated his greatness, and not once had any of that prepared him to be a good father. Michael stood and opened the case. He took out all 6 rings and held them in his palm. They were heavy, made of gold and diamonds, symbols of achievement the world would remember forever. But they meant nothing compared to the chance he had today. The chance to finally be the father Marcus deserved. Michael placed the rings back in their case and turned away from them. It was time to go earn something that actually mattered. At 8:30 in the morning, Michael Jordan's black SUV pulled up outside a modest brick building on South Martin Luther King Drive. His driver, Raymond, who had worked for Michael for 20 years, glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "You want me to wait here, Mr. Jordan?" Raymond asked. Michael looked at the building. A simple sign above the door read, "Beyond the game, where you matter more than the score." The windows were covered with colorful artwork, drawings made by children and teenagers, messages of hope and healing. "I don't know how long I'll be," Michael said quietly. "Maybe hours. You should go home, Raymond. I'll call when I need you." Raymond turned in his seat. "Mr. Jordan, if you don't mind me saying, I've driven you to championships, to business meetings, to celebrations all over the world. But I've never seen you look as nervous as you do right now." Michael tried to smile. "That's because this matters more than any of those things." He stepped out of the SUV, clutching the letter he'd written to Marcus. The early morning air was cool, and the street was quiet except for a few cars passing by. Michael stood on the sidewalk for a moment, staring at the building. Somewhere inside was his son. The son he'd failed. The son who'd built something beautiful from the pain Michael had caused. The son who was giving him one more chance. Michael walked to the front door and pulled it open. Way inside was a small reception area with comfortable chairs, plants in the corners, and more artwork on the walls. A young woman sat at the desk typing on a computer. She looked up, and her eyes went wide. "Oh my God," she whispered. I'm Marcus's dad," Michael said, cutting her off gently. "Is he here?" The receptionist nodded, still staring. He's in his office, down the hall, last door on the right. Should I call him and tell him you're here?" "No," Michael said. "I'll find him." He walked down the hallway, passing open doors. Through one door, he saw a therapist sitting with a teenage boy, both of them talking quietly. Through another, he saw a group of young people sitting in a circle, a counselor leading what looked like a support group session. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them. Young faces, smiling, some with tears in their eyes. Beneath each photo was a name and a date. Michael stopped to read a few of the captions. Jaden, found his voice, March 2023. Alicia, chose life, September 2024. Marcus, learning to be himself, November 2022. Each photo represented a life touched by this place. Each name was someone Marcus had helped save. Michael felt his throat tighten. At the end of the hall was a door with a simple nameplate. Marcus Jordan, founder and director. Michael stood outside for a moment, his hand raised to knock, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. Before he could knock, the door opened. Marcus stood there, looking older than Michael remembered. His son was 32 now, no longer the anxious teenager or the disappointed college student. He had lines around his eyes, a gray starting at his temples, the look of someone who'd carried heavy burdens and grown strong from them. Father and son stood 10 feet apart in the hallway, neither moving, neither speaking. Michael saw his own features reflected in Marcus's face, the shape of his eyes, the set of his jaw, the Jordan genes that were undeniable. But he also saw Juanita in him, and something else, something entirely Marcus's own. A gentleness Michael had never possessed, a wisdom earned through suffering. "You came," Marcus said finally, his voice tight with emotion. "I should have come years ago," Michael replied. For another long moment, they just looked at each other. Marcus's eyes were guarded, hopeful, scared, all at once. Michael wondered what his own eyes showed. Shame, regret, love, all of it. "Come in," Marcus said, or stepping back to let Michael enter his office. The office was simple and unadorned. A desk with a computer and stacks of papers. Bookshelves filled with psychology texts, self-help books, and binders labeled with years and names. A small couch against one wall. And on the desk, in a simple frame, a photograph that made Michael's breath catch. It was a picture of Marcus with an elderly black man, both of them smiling, Marcus's arm around the man's shoulders. Thomas Washington, the janitor who'd saved his son's life. "That's Thomas," Marcus said, following Michael's gaze. "That was taken about a year before he died." Michael moved closer to the photograph. Thomas had kind eyes, weathered skin, and a smile that radiated warmth. This was the man who'd written those letters, the man who'd seen what Michael couldn't see. "He looks like a good man," Michael said, his voice breaking. "He was the best man I ever knew," Marcus replied. They stood in awkward silence. Michael wanted to hug his son, to fall to his knees and beg forgiveness, to say all the things he'd written in his letter. But the years of distance between them felt like a physical wall, impossible to cross. Marcus gestured to the couch. "Do you want to sit?" Michael sat down, and Marcus took the chair across from him. They were maybe 6 feet apart, but it felt like miles. "I read your letter," Michael said. "All of it. And Thomas's letters. I read them last night, and I couldn't sleep. Marcus, His voice broke completely. "I'm so sorry. For everything. For not seeing you. For making you feel invisible. For almost losing you and not even knowing it." Marcus's eyes filled with tears, but he didn't speak. He just waited, letting his father continue. "I wrote you a letter, too," Michael said, pulling out the envelope. "It's not as good as yours. It's not as honest or brave. But I wanted you to have it. I wanted you to know that I heard you. Every word." He handed the letter to Marcus, who took it with trembling hands. "Can I read it now?" Marcus asked. "Please." Marcus opened the envelope and read silently, his expression changing as he moved through the pages. Sometimes he wiped his eyes. Sometimes he nodded. Sometimes he closed his eyes. Like the words hurt, but he read every word. When he finished, he carefully folded the letter and set it on the desk next to Thomas's photograph. "Thank you," Marcus said quietly. "Thank you for hearing me, for coming here, for being willing to try." "I want to meet them," Michael said. "Gert, Deshawn, and Jasmine, and Connor. All the kids you wrote about. I want to see what you've built here." Marcus studied his father's face, searching for something. Sincerity, maybe. Or proof that this wasn't just another performance, another way for Michael Jordan to control the narrative. Whatever he was looking for, he must have found it, because he nodded. "Okay," Marcus said. But Dad, you need to understand something. These kids, they're not going to be impressed by your championships or your fame. Some of them are angry at their parents. Some of them will challenge you. Some of them might even be hostile because you represent everything they're struggling against. Good, Michael said. I deserve to be challenged. I deserve to be questioned. And maybe hearing from them will help me understand what you went through even better. Marcus stood. There's a group session starting in 20 minutes. Parents and their kids, working through expectations and identity issues. Do you want to observe? Just sit in the back and listen. Yes, Michael said immediately. Whatever you think is best. As Marcus led him down the hallway toward the group meeting room, Michael noticed other staff members stopping to stare. Some whispered. Some pulled out phones to take pictures. Marcus waved them off. This is my father, Marcus said to one young counselor who looked starstruck. He's here to learn, not to be celebrated. Please treat him like any other parent. The counselor nodded, though she still looked amazed. They reached a room with chairs arranged in a circle. See, 5 families were already there. Teenagers and their parents, sitting awkwardly, some looking nervous, some looking angry. Marcus pointed to 2 chairs in the back corner. We can sit there. As they entered, a young woman who appeared to be leading the session looked up. She was in her 30s, with warm brown eyes and an air of calm authority. Everyone, she said, we have a visitor today. This is Marcus's father. He's here to observe and learn. Please continue as you normally would. A few of the teenagers glanced back at Michael, their expressions ranging from curious to suspicious. One girl whispered to her mother, "Is that really Michael Jordan?" Her mother shushed her. The counselor, whose name tag read Dr. Reina Martinez, smiled at the group. Let's begin. Today we're talking about identity versus expectations. And I want each young person to share one thing they wish their parents understood about them. Michael settled into his chair, his heart pounding. Marcus sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. And for the first time in decades, father and son sat together. Not at a basketball game, not at a family obligation, not in awkward silence at a holiday dinner, but in a place dedicated to healing the exact wounds Michael had caused. A teenage girl raised her hand to speak, and Michael leaned forward to listen. This was why he'd come. Not to fix everything in one morning, not to magically repair their relationship, but to finally see his son's world and understand the man Marcus had become. The session was about to begin, and Michael Jordan, the man who thought he'd seen everything, was about to have his eyes opened in ways he never imagined possible. The teenage girl who raised her hand was about 16, with long dark hair and eyes that looked exhausted. She wore a soccer jersey, and her leg bounced nervously. "I'm Sophia," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "And I wish my mom understood that I don't want to be a doctor like her. I want to be an artist. But every time I mention it, she says I'm throwing my life away." Sophia's mother, an elegant woman in professional attire, stiffened. Dr. Chen's nameplate sat on her lap. She looked like she wanted to interrupt, to defend herself, but Dr. Reina raised a gentle hand. "Thank you for sharing, Sophia," Dr. Reina said. "Dr. Chen, I know this is hard to hear. Just listen for now. You'll have a chance to respond." Dr. Chen's jaw tightened, but she nodded, and Sophia continued, tears forming in her eyes. "I get straight A's. I volunteer at the hospital like Mom wants. I take all the advanced science classes, but none of it makes me happy. When I paint, when I draw, that's when I feel alive. But Mom says art is a hobby, not a career. It's not that it's not good enough," Dr. Chen burst out, unable to contain herself. I just want you to have stability, to have a good career. Art is wonderful, sweetheart, but it's not good enough, Sophia interrupted, her voice rising. Nothing I do is good enough unless it's exactly what you want. You say you want me to be happy, but you only want me happy doing what you approve of. Michael shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He heard himself in Dr. Chen's words, saw his own justifications reflected in her face. A boy across the circle spoke next. But he was tall and athletic, probably 17, with muscular arms and a football jersey. I'm Jamal, he said. My dad was a football star in college. He makes me train 6 hours a day, every day. I'm tired all the time. My grades are dropping. I have no friends because I never have time to hang out with anyone. Jamal's father, Marcus Sr., was a large man with broad shoulders and a stern expression. He sat with his arms crossed, already defensive. But when I told Dad I wanted to cut back on training, maybe focus on school more, he said I was being lazy. Jamal continued, his voice shaking. He said I was wasting my potential, that I didn't understand what sacrifice means. Marcus Sr. scoffed loudly. Because you don't understand. When I was your age, I practiced 8 hours a day. That's what it takes to be great. You kids today are too soft. Everything has to be easy. Everything has to be comfortable. Or maybe, Jamal said, his voice breaking, I'm not you. Maybe I'll never be you. And maybe that should be okay. Marcus Sr. stood up abruptly, his face reddening. You're throwing away opportunities I never had. Do you know how many kids would kill to have the training, the equipment, the coaching you have? You're being selfish. Mr. Jackson, please sit down, Dr. Reyna said calmly but firmly. This is a safe space for everyone to share their truth without being attacked. Marcus Sr. reluctantly sat back down, but his anger was palpable. Michael watched him and felt sick. That could have been him 20 years ago. That was him, just a different sport, a different son, the same crushing pressure. Michael leaned close to Marcus and whispered, That's exactly what I sounded like, isn't it? Marcus turned to look at his father, their faces inches apart. Yes, he whispered back. Exactly. The session continued. A girl named Emma spoke about wanting to take a gap year to figure out what she wanted to do with her life, but her father insisted she go straight to college. A boy named Tyler talked about wanting to study music instead of engineering. Each story was a variation on the same theme, young people trying to be themselves while parents pushed them to be something else. And in each parent's response, Michael saw his own failures reflected back at him. The justifications, the fear disguised as protection, the ego disguised as love. Then Dr. Reyna did something unexpected. She turned her attention to the parents. Now I want to try something different, she said. I want each parent to share one thing, a dream you had as a young person that you gave up or were told wasn't good enough. Something you wish someone had supported you in pursuing. The room went silent. The parents looked at each other uncomfortably, suddenly confronted with their own buried disappointments. Dr. Chen spoke first, her voice soft and vulnerable in a way it hadn't been before. I wanted to be a painter, she admitted. I was actually accepted to an art school in Paris, a full scholarship. But my parents said it was impractical, that I needed a real career. They said I needed to be a doctor like my father. So I gave it up. She looked at Sophia with tears streaming down her face. And I've been trying to keep you from making the same mistake. But maybe it wasn't a mistake at all. And maybe it was my dream, and I lost it. And now I'm so afraid you'll lose yours that I'm I'm taking it from you myself." Sophia reached over and took her mother's hand. Both women were crying. Marcus Sr. spoke next, his voice thick with emotion. "I wanted to be a teacher," he said, the admission seeming to physically hurt him. "I loved kids. I loved helping them learn and grow. But my father said real men don't teach. Real men play sports, make money, be tough. So I buried that dream and pushed myself to be a football star." He looked at Jamal, really looked at him. "And now I'm pushing you the same way. I'm so scared you'll be soft, like I was afraid of being. I'm so scared you won't be tough enough to make it in the world. But son, I'm confused. I don't know if I'm helping you or hurting you anymore." Jamal's eyes widened, for it was clearly the first time his father had ever admitted uncertainty. One by one, each parent revealed their buried dreams. Emma's father had wanted to be a writer, but became a lawyer to please his parents. Tyler's mother had wanted to travel the world, but got married young because that's what was expected. Each parent had sacrificed their own dreams and was now demanding their children sacrifice theirs too. The cycle was clear. Parents who were hurt by expectations were hurting their children with expectations. Pain creating more pain, generation after generation. Michael felt like he was looking in a mirror that showed him not just his own reflection, but the reflection of every choice he'd ever made, every word he'd spoken to Marcus, every disappointed look he'd given his son. Dr. Reyna addressed the room with gentle authority. "See, what we're seeing here is a pattern, a cycle. Parents who were pressured becoming parents who pressure. But here's the truth. It stops when someone is brave enough to break the pattern, to say, 'I was wrong,' to choose connection over control." She looked directly at the back of the room, at Michael and Marcus. And sometimes, breaking that pattern starts with telling your story, with being honest about the damage we've done and the healing we need. Every head in the room turned to look at Michael Jordan sitting in the back corner. One of the teenagers gasped. "Wait, is that really him?" "That's Michael Jordan," another whispered. Dr. Reyna smiled gently at Michael. "Mr. Jordan, would you be willing to share with the group? I know this wasn't planned, but I think your presence here tonight isn't a coincidence." Michael felt every eye in the room on him. His first instinct was to decline, to stay in the background, to protect himself. But he looked at Marcus, who gave him a small nod of encouragement. Michael stood up, his legs shaky, his legendary confidence nowhere to be found. "I'm Michael," he said, his voice rough, "and I'm Marcus's father." He gestured to Marcus, who raised his hand slightly in acknowledgement. "Holy crap," Jamal whispered to his father. "That's Marcus Jordan. His son is Marcus Jordan." Michael took a deep breath. "I came here this morning thinking I was just going to observe, to learn about my son's work. But listening to all of you, I realize I need to say something. Not as a basketball player or a celebrity, but as a father who got it wrong for a very long time." The room was completely silent now, everyone hanging on his words. 25 years ago, when Marcus was born, I thought I knew exactly who he should be," Michael continued, his voice growing stronger. "I thought that, because I was successful at basketball, he should be too. I thought that pushing him, challenging him, never letting him settle for less than perfection would help him succeed." Michael's voice cracked. "But what I was really doing was making him feel like he wasn't enough. Like who he was, this kind, sensitive, thoughtful person, wasn't valuable unless he could also be a champion like me." He looked at Marcus Sr., the football father. "Sir, when you said your son was being selfish, I heard myself. That's exactly what I told Marcus when he wanted to quit basketball. I said he was wasting his potential, being selfish, letting me down. But you know what? He wasn't being selfish. He was trying to survive. Marcus Sr. looked down at his hands, chastened. Michael addressed all the parents now. We think we're protecting our kids by pushing them toward success. We think we're loving them by giving them opportunities we never had. But sometimes, his voice broke completely. Sometimes the best gift we can give our children is permission to be themselves, even if that self is nothing like us. Tears streamed down his face, and he didn't wipe them away. My son stood on a roof at 15 years old, ready to end his life. And I didn't even know. I didn't know because I was too busy being Michael Jordan to be Marcus's dad. Dr. Chen gasped. Several teenagers' mouths fell open. To a janitor, a man named Thomas, who everyone overlooked. He saved my son's life, Michael continued. He gave Marcus what I couldn't. He saw him, not as my son, not as a potential athlete, but as a human being who was hurting and needed someone to care without conditions. Michael looked directly at each parent in the circle. I won 6 NBA championships. I'm in the Hall of Fame. People call me the greatest basketball player of all time. But you know what my son did? He built this place. Michael gestured around the room. He created an organization that has saved lives, changed futures, given hope to thousands of young people who felt exactly like he felt. Invisible, not good enough, trapped by expectations they couldn't meet. His voice strengthened with conviction. My son is more successful than I ever was. Not because he followed my path, but because he had the courage to forge his own. And I almost destroyed that courage because I was too arrogant to see that different doesn't mean wrong. The silence in the room was profound. Even the teenagers who'd been skeptical were now listening with tears in their eyes. So, here's what I want to tell every parent in this room, Michael said, his voice clear and strong now. Your child is not your second chance. They're not your do-over, your redemption, or your legacy. They're their own person with their own dreams. And those dreams are just as valid as yours were, even if you had to give yours up. He turned to Dr. Chen. If your daughter wants to be an artist, support her. Yes, it's scary. Yes, she might struggle. But you know what's scarier? Her being 50 years old, having lived your dream instead of hers, and finally admitting she's been miserable for decades. He looked at Marcus Sr. If your son wants to be a teacher instead of a football player, let him teach. The world needs great teachers more than it needs mediocre athletes who resent their sport. Michael felt something breaking open inside him, years of pride and ego and fear finally cracking apart. I can't go back and be a better father to young Marcus. Those years are gone. But I can be better going forward. I can use my story to help other families avoid the pain we went through. I can admit publicly that success doesn't make you a good parent. That loving your child means seeing them, not shaping them. He looked at Marcus with so much love, it made several people in the room start crying. My son wrote me a letter that changed my life. In it, he revealed 15 years of pain I didn't see, dreams I didn't support, and a life he built despite me, not because of me. Michael's voice dropped to almost a whisper. Reading that letter broke me open in a way that losing a basketball game never could. Because I realized that all my success meant nothing if I couldn't be a good father to my son. He sat back down, emotionally exhausted. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Sophia stood up. Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Jordan, she said, her voice shaking. My mom always told me that even successful people like you wouldn't understand what it's like to be told your dreams aren't good enough. But you do understand, because your son felt the same way I feel. Dr. Chen looked at Sophia with new eyes, really seeing her daughter for the first time. I'm so sorry, baby. I've been doing to you exactly what was done to me. I've been so afraid of you failing that I didn't give you the chance to succeed on your own terms. The room erupted in emotion. Parents reaching for their children, teenagers crying, families having quiet, intense conversations. Michael felt Marcus's hand on his shoulder. He looked up at his son through his tears. Thank you, Marcus said quietly. Thank you for being honest, for being vulnerable, for finally showing up. Michael grabbed Marcus's hand and held it tight. I'm here now, son, and I'm not going anywhere. After the group session ended, families slowly filed out of the room. Several parents approached Michael, thanking him through their tears. One father shook his hand and said, "If Michael Jordan can admit he was wrong, then maybe I can too." Doctor. Su Chen hugged Sophia in the corner, both of them crying and talking quietly. Marcus Sr. had his arm around Jamal's shoulders for the first time in what looked like years, listening as his son spoke about his real dreams. Michael watched these small moments of healing and felt something shift inside him. This was what Marcus had built, not just a building or a program, but a space where broken relationships could begin to mend. Dr. Reyna approached Michael and Marcus. That was powerful, she said to Michael. Thank you for being willing to share. I know it wasn't easy. It was necessary, Michael replied. I should have done it years ago. Well, Dr. Reyna said with a gentle smile, you're doing it now. That's what matters. As the room emptied, Marcus turned to his father. There's someone I want you to meet. But he's been waiting. Michael followed Marcus down another hallway to a smaller meeting room. Inside sat a young man, maybe 16 or 17, tall and lanky with red-rimmed eyes and slumped shoulders. He looked up when they entered, and his eyes widened. Is that? He started. Connor, this is my father, Marcus said. Dad, this is Connor. He's going through something very similar to what I went through at his age. Michael sat down across from Connor, who looked nervous and starstruck at the same time. Mr. Jordan, I can't believe you're really here. I mean, wow. Michael smiled gently. Marcus tells me you're dealing with some tough times. Do you want to talk about it? Connor glanced at Marcus, who nodded encouragingly. Connor took a deep breath. My dad was a professional hockey player, Connor began, his voice shaking. He made it to the NHL for 6 years before a knee injury ended his career. Now, he coaches, and everyone in our town knows him. Everyone expects me to be just like him. Michael leaned forward, seeing his own story reflected in this boy's face. But I'm not like him, Connor continued, tears forming. I'm not as fast, not as aggressive, not as talented. Last week, a scout from a junior league team came to watch me play. My dad had been bragging to everyone that his son was getting recruited. But I played terribly. I choked. After the game, the scout told my dad I wasn't what they were looking for. Connor wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. My dad didn't yell. He didn't get angry. He just looked disappointed. And Mr. Jordan, that was worse than any yelling, because I saw in his eyes that I'd failed him. That I wasn't the son he wanted. Michael felt like someone had punched him in the chest. How many times had Marcus seen that same look in his eyes? What do you want to do? Michael asked quietly. Not what your dad wants. What do you want? Connor looked surprised by the question. I want to be a marine biologist. I love the ocean. I love learning about sea life, about ecosystems, about conservation. When I'm studying marine biology, I feel alive. But when I'm on the ice, he trailed off. When you're on the ice, you feel like you're drowning, Michael finished for him. Connor's eyes widened. Yes, exactly. How did you know? Because that's how my son felt, Michael said. And I was too blind to see it. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Connor, your dad loves you. And he's probably scared. Scared that if you don't follow his path, you won't be successful. You won't be happy. But here's what I learned too late. Being successful doesn't mean being like your parents. It means being fully yourself. But what if I disappoint him? Connor asked, his voice barely a whisper. Michael thought about how to answer honestly. You will disappoint him. At first. But real love, real parenting, means getting past that disappointment and seeing your child for who they truly are. And if your dad can't do that right now, it's not your failure. It's his. Connor nodded slowly, processing this. Marcus said you didn't come to a lot of his games when he was young. That's true, Michael admitted, the words hurting to say. Do you wish you could go back and change it? Every single day, Michael said, and his voice thick with emotion. But I can't change the past, Connor. All I can do is try to be better going forward. That's what I'm asking your dad to do too. Not to be perfect, but to try. To see you. Marcus spoke up. Connor, your dad is coming here next week. We're going to sit down together, the three of us, and talk. Really talk. I'm going to help him understand what you're feeling, the same way Thomas helped me. Who's Thomas? Connor asked. Marcus and Michael exchanged glances. Marcus walked to a shelf and pulled down a photo album. He opened it to a page with several pictures of him with Thomas Washington over the years. Thomas was a janitor at my high school, Marcus explained. He found me on a night when I wanted to give up on everything, and he saved my life, not by fixing me or changing me, but by seeing me, by telling me I was enough, exactly as I was. Connor looked at the photos with fascination. Where is he now? He died a few months ago, Marcus said softly. But his legacy lives on in every person I help, every kid who walks through these doors. Thomas taught me that love isn't about pushing someone to be great. It's about helping them discover what makes them feel alive. Connor's eyes filled with fresh tears. I feel alive when I'm diving, when I'm studying tide pools, when I'm learning about coral reefs and ocean currents, but I feel dead when I'm on the ice. Then you already know your answer, Michael said. Now you just need the courage to live it. And Marcus's program will help you get there. They'll help you find the words to talk to your dad. And they'll support you through the hard conversations. Connor wiped his eyes and looked at Michael with new determination. Mr. Jordan, can I ask you something? Anything. How long did it take you to finally see your son? The question hit Michael like a physical blow. He was quiet for a long moment before answering. Too long, decades. But Connor, don't let that discourage you. Your dad is coming here next week. He's already willing to try. That's more than I did for many years. Do you think he'll understand? Do you think he'll let me quit hockey? Michael chose his words carefully. I think he'll struggle with it. I think it will hurt his ego and his dreams for you. But if he loves you, and I believe he does, he'll eventually come around. It might take weeks, or months, or even years. But the important thing is that you stay true to yourself while giving him time to catch up. Connor nodded slowly, looking more hopeful than when they'd started. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Thank you for being honest. It helps to know that even you struggled with this stuff. After Connor left to join his support group, Marcus and Michael stood alone in the small meeting room. "That could have been me at 16, Marcus said. "That was me. Just different details. Same pain." "How many kids like him come through here?" Michael asked. "Hundreds," Marcus said. "Every week, we get calls from parents or teachers or the kids themselves. Most people don't understand the weight that comes with being the son of or the daughter of someone successful. They think it's a blessing, but it can be a crushing burden." Michael looked at his son with new eyes. "You're saving lives, Marcus. Actual lives. And I've been so caught up in my own world that I couldn't see it." "You see it now," Marcus said simply. "That's what matters." Michael took a deep breath. "You mentioned in your letter that you want to expand beyond the game. I want to help. Not with publicity or using my name. I understand why you've kept this separate from me. But financially, I want to fund the expansion." Marcus studied his father's face, looking for signs of ego or control. "Why?" "Because this work is more important than anything I ever did on a basketball court," Michael said. "Because if my money can help save even one more kid like Connor, or like you were, then that's the best use of it I can imagine." Marcus was quiet for a moment. She then nodded. "Okay. But on one condition. You show up. Not just financially, but actually. Come to the sessions. Talk to the kids. Be present. Because your story, your honest story about failure and growth, is more valuable than any amount of money." "I'll be here," Michael promised. "Every week. I'll rearrange my entire schedule. I'll cancel meetings, turn down opportunities, whatever it takes." "You mean that?" Marcus asked, searching his father's eyes. "I mean it," Michael said firmly. "I've spent decades chasing success that didn't matter. Now I want to be part of something that does." Marcus pulled out his phone and showed Michael a list. "Tomorrow, we're opening 3 new locations: Los Angeles, Miami, and Houston. Next month, we launch an online platform for kids who can't access our physical centers. By next year, we want to have 20 locations nationwide." Michael looked at the plans with growing amazement. "This is incredible, Marcus. How did you fund all this?" "Small grants, donations from people who've been through the program, some fundraising events," Marcus explained. "We've grown slowly and carefully, but with your help, we could reach so many more people." "Let's do it," Michael said. "Let's make this as big as it needs to be." Marcus smiled, but there was still something uncertain in his eyes. "Dad, there's one more thing we need to talk about. The documentary." Michael had almost forgotten about the documentary in the intensity of the morning. "Yes, the filmmaker, Rebecca Chen, you said?" "She wants to start filming next week," Marcus said. "She wants to capture our relationship as it is now, not some polished version. She wants to see us working through things in real time." "I'm ready," Michael said. "I'll tell the whole truth. The good, the bad, all of it." "Are you sure?" Marcus asked. "Because once this is public, you can't take it back. Everyone will know that Michael Jordan was a terrible father for a long time. Your image, your legacy." "My image doesn't matter more than helping families heal," Michael interrupted. "My legacy isn't 6 rings. It's this. It's you. It's what you've built. It's the chance we have to help others avoid the mistakes we made." Marcus's eyes filled with tears. "I never thought I'd hear you say that." "I never thought I'd mean it," Michael admitted. "But Marcus, everything changed when I read your letter. All the things I thought mattered. Championships, fame, on being the greatest. None of it means anything compared to knowing my son. Really knowing him. For the first time since Michael had arrived that morning, Marcus smiled. A real smile, not guarded or uncertain, but genuine and warm. "Do you want to see the rest of the facility?" Marcus asked. "Meet some of the staff? See what we do here?" "Yes," Michael said. "I want to see everything." As Marcus led him through the building, showing him therapy rooms and group meeting spaces and offices filled with counselors and volunteers, Michael felt something he hadn't felt in years: purpose beyond himself. They stopped in front of a wall covered with letters from kids who'd been helped by the program. Hundreds of handwritten notes, thanking Marcus and his team for saving their lives, for seeing them, for giving them permission to be themselves. Michael read a few of them, tears streaming down his face. "You helped me see that my worth isn't measured by my grades or my achievements. Thank you for giving me my life back. I was planning to end everything, but your program showed me there was another way. You saved my life. My parents and I are talking again, really talking, because of what I learned here. Thank you for not giving up on us." Michael turned to Marcus. "This is your legacy, son. This is what you'll be remembered for." "No," Marcus said quietly. "This is what we'll be remembered for. Thomas started it by saving me. I continued it by building this place. And now you're part of it too. We're all part of the same story of healing." Michael pulled his son into a hug, the first real embrace they'd shared in years. Marcus stiffened for just a moment, then relaxed into it, in holding his father tight. "I'm proud of you," Michael whispered. "Not for anything you achieved, but for who you are. You're a better man than I ever was." "You're here now," Marcus whispered back. "That's all that matters." They stood in that hallway, father and son, holding each other while hundreds of letters from saved lives surrounded them. And Michael realized that this moment, this simple, honest, vulnerable moment, was worth more than every championship he'd ever won. As Michael and Marcus stood in the hallway, still holding each other, they heard rapid footsteps approaching. A young staff member appeared, looking panicked. "Marcus, we have a situation," she said urgently. "There's someone here. He just walked in, and he's not in a good place." Marcus immediately released his father and turned professional. Where is he?" "Reception area. He's asking for you specifically. Says he saw your interview online about standing on the roof." Marcus was already moving, with Michael following close behind. They reached the reception area to find a young man in his early 20s, disheveled and trembling. His eyes were wild, darting around the room, and his hands shook as he gripped the edge of the desk. The receptionist stood nearby, her phone in hand, clearly ready to call for help if needed. "You're Marcus Jordan," the young man said when he saw them. His voice was raw, desperate. "I saw your interview. You talked about wanting to end everything, about standing on a roof." Marcus approached slowly, his voice calm. "Yes, that's right. What's your name?" "Ethan," the young man said. "And I'm there right now. Not literally on a roof, but in my head. I'm on that edge right now. I came here because if you survived it, maybe you can tell me how." Michael watched his son step into his purpose, witnessing the calm authority Marcus carried, the gentle wisdom that came from having walked through his own darkness. "Ethan, I'm so glad you're here," Marcus said, moving closer but not too close, respecting the young man's space. "Coming here took incredible courage. Can you tell us what's going on?" Ethan's story poured out in broken fragments. He was a college baseball player, the son of a former Major League Baseball star. He'd been taking performance-enhancing drugs to meet his father's impossible expectations. Last week, he'd been caught. He was facing suspension from his team, potential criminal charges, and his father's rage. "My scholarship is gone," Ethan said, his voice breaking. "My future is gone. Everything I worked for is destroyed. And my dad? He told me I'm dead to him. He said, if I'm not going to be a baseball player, I'm nothing." His hands shook violently. And maybe he's right. Maybe I am nothing. Before Marcus could respond, Michael stepped forward. Something in him shifted. Not the competitive instinct that had driven him for decades, but something deeper. A father's instinct, finally awakened after years of dormancy. "Ethan," Michael said, his voice gentle but firm, "I need to tell you something, and I need you to really hear me. Your father is wrong. You're not dead to him. His ego is just wounded. And you're not nothing. You're a young man who made a mistake under crushing pressure. Those are two very different things." Ethan looked at Michael, recognition dawning on his face. You're Michael Jordan." "I'm a father who failed his son," Michael said, gesturing to Marcus. "Just like your father is failing you right now. And I need you to know that his failure doesn't define your worth. His inability to see you doesn't mean you're invisible. His rejection doesn't mean you're unlovable." Ethan's legs seemed to give out, and he slumped against the desk. "But I cheated. I took drugs. I broke the rules. I'm a disgrace to my family, to my dad's legacy. I destroyed everything." "You made a mistake," Marcus said, kneeling down to Ethan's level. "A serious one, yes. One with consequences, absolutely. But Ethan, you made that mistake because you were drowning under expectations you couldn't meet honestly. That doesn't excuse it, but it does explain it. And understanding why we fall is the first step to getting back up." Michael's wife Juanita had arrived earlier to observe the session, and she now joined them, her maternal instinct kicking in. "Sweetheart, have you talked to anyone about how you're feeling right now? A counselor? A doctor? Anyone?" Ethan shook his head. "I came here because I Googled 'son of famous parent suicide,' and Marcus's interview came up. I was planning to do it tonight, but I thought maybe I should try this first. One last thing before—" He didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. Dr. Reyna immediately pulled out her phone. "Ethan, I'm calling our crisis counselor. She's available 24 hours a day. And you're not leaving here alone tonight. We have protocols for situations like this. We're going to get you help, real help, right now." As Dr. Reyna made the call, Marcus sat down on the floor next to Ethan, not crowding him, but being present. "I need you to understand something. The night I stood on that roof, I thought my life was over because I missed a basketball shot. One shot. And I was ready to throw away every future moment, every possibility, every chance at happiness, because of one failure." Michael felt his chest tighten, hearing his son describe that night so calmly now. "But you know what?" Marcus continued. "That failure led me here, to this moment, to a life where I get to help people like you. If I'd jumped that night, I never would have built this place. I never would have helped the 2,000 kids who've come through our doors. I never would have discovered that my purpose wasn't basketball. It was this, helping people see that they're more than their worst moments." Ethan looked at Marcus with desperate eyes. "But your dad, did he forgive you? For quitting basketball? For not being what he wanted?" Michael felt the question like a knife to his heart. He knelt down next to Marcus, facing Ethan directly. "My son didn't need my forgiveness," Michael said, his voice breaking. "I needed his. And you know what? He gave it to me, even though I didn't deserve it. Even after I spent years making him feel invisible. Even after I almost lost him because I was too proud to see who he really was. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Ethan, your dad is hurting right now. His dream for you just died. And he hasn't learned yet that your dreams matter more than his. But that's his journey to take. Your journey is to survive this moment. Get help. See, find your real purpose and build a life that's authentically yours. But what if I don't have a purpose? Ethan asked, tears streaming down his face. What if baseball was it, and now there's nothing? That's what depression tells you, Marcus said gently. It tells you there's nothing else, no other options, no other paths. But it's lying, Ethan. The truth is, purpose isn't always clear immediately after everything falls apart. Sometimes you have to sit in the wreckage for a while before you can see what you're meant to build next. Dr. Reyna returned. Our crisis counselor will be here in 15 minutes. Ethan, I need you to promise me something. Can you promise you'll stay here with us? Stay safe until she arrives. Ethan hesitated, then nodded slowly. Okay, for 15 minutes. That's all we need, Marcus said. See, we'll worry about the next 15 minutes after that. One moment at a time. Michael watched his son work, seeing the patience and compassion Marcus had learned through his own suffering. This was what Thomas Washington had given Marcus. Not just the will to survive, but the ability to help others survive. And now Michael was witnessing it firsthand. Juanita brought Ethan a bottle of water and sat with him, talking quietly about small things. The weather, the artwork on the walls, anything to keep him grounded in the present moment. Michael pulled Marcus aside. Is this normal? Do people just walk in like this? About once a month, Marcus said quietly. Sometimes more. Usually they found us online, read testimonials, watched videos. They come here as a last resort, hoping we can give them a reason to stay. And do you? You give them a reason? We try, Marcus said. Sometimes it works immediately. Sometimes it takes weeks or months of counseling and support. Sometimes, he paused, pain crossing his face. Sometimes we lose them anyway. We can't save everyone, Dad, but we try. God, we try. Michael felt the weight of what his son carried. Not just his own pain from the past, but the pain of every young person who walked through these doors seeking help. How do you do it? Michael asked. How do you carry all this? Marcus looked at him with wise, tired eyes. The same way Thomas carried it, the same way you're learning to carry it now. You remember that even one life saved is worth it. You remember that your own survival means something when you use it to help others survive. The crisis counselor arrived, a woman in her 40s, with kind eyes and a calm demeanor. She introduced herself to Ethan and began the careful process of assessment and intervention. Within an hour, they had a plan. Ethan would spend the night at a crisis facility where he could be monitored and safe. In the morning, they'd begin more intensive therapy and develop a longer-term treatment plan. His father would be contacted not to pressure Ethan, but to inform him of the situation and invite him to family counseling when Ethan was ready. As Ethan left with the counselor, he stopped at the door and looked back at Marcus and Michael. Thank you, he said simply. Thank you for seeing me. After he was gone, the reception area felt eerily quiet. The staff member who'd first alerted them went back to her desk. Juanita hugged both Marcus and Michael before heading home. Father and son stood alone in the space where they'd just witnessed a life hanging in the balance. Does it ever get easier? Michael asked, seeing kids in that much pain. No, Marcus said honestly. It gets more familiar, but not easier. Every time someone walks through that door in crisis, I remember being that person. I remember how close I came to not surviving. And it reminds me why this work matters. Michael looked at his son with profound respect and something like awe. You're carrying Thomas's legacy forward. Every kid you help, every life you save, that's Thomas living on through you. And now you're part of that legacy too, Marcus said. Did you see what happened back there? Ethan needed to hear from you. He needed to know that even legendary fathers fail, that even successful people struggle with being good parents. Your honesty might have saved his life tonight. Michael felt something shift inside him. Not pride in the traditional sense, but something deeper. A sense of purpose that had nothing to do with winning or being the best, and everything to do with being present, honest, and human. I want to do more, Michael said. Not just fund the expansion, but actually be part of this work. I want to talk to kids like Ethan. I want to sit in on parent sessions and share my story. I want to use my failures to help others avoid making the same mistakes. Marcus studied his father's face, looking for signs of ego or performance. But all he saw was sincerity, vulnerability, and a genuine desire to help. Okay, Marcus said. But Dad, you need to understand something. This work will change you. Once you start really seeing these kids, really hearing their pain, you can't unsee it. You can't go back to the life where you didn't know how much damage we do to our children in the name of success. Good, Michael said firmly. I don't want to go back. I want to move forward, with you, doing work that actually matters. Marcus smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. Then welcome to Beyond the Game, Dad. Welcome to the most important work either of us will ever do. They stood together in the quiet reception area, two men who'd been strangers despite sharing blood, now becoming partners in a mission that would define the rest of their lives. Michael thought about the 6 championship rings sitting in a case in his study at home. And he'd won those rings by being the best, by defeating everyone else, by never showing weakness. But standing here with his son, having just helped save a young man's life through honesty and vulnerability, this felt like winning something infinitely more valuable. This felt like redemption. 3 hours had passed since Ethan left with the crisis counselor. Michael and Marcus sat in Marcus's office, the afternoon sun streaming through the windows, casting long shadows across the room. Marcus had just finished making phone calls to follow up on Ethan's care, ensuring the crisis facility had all the information they needed. Michael watched his son work with quiet efficiency, handling each detail with care and professionalism. When Marcus finally set down his phone, he looked exhausted but satisfied. Ethan's stable. They've got him set up in a safe room, and he'll meet with a psychiatrist first thing in the morning. What happens with his father? Michael asked. That's complicated, Marcus said, leaning back in his chair. We'll reach out to him tomorrow. Let him know that Ethan is safe and getting help. Then we'll invite him to family therapy, but only if Ethan agrees. We never force reconciliation. Sometimes the healthiest thing is distance, at least for a while. Michael absorbed this, thinking about all the years he and Marcus had maintained their own distance. When did you know you wanted to do this? Build this organization? Help these kids? Marcus was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. I think I knew the night Thomas found me on that roof. He showed me that one person seeing you, really seeing you, it can be the difference between life and death. And I wanted to be that person for others. He gestured to Thomas's photograph on his desk. But I couldn't do it while I was still drowning myself. So I spent years in therapy, working through my own trauma, learning about mental health and family systems, and generational pain. I got my degree in business, but I took every psychology and counseling course I could find. Why business if you wanted to do counseling? Because I knew I wanted to build something sustainable, Marcus explained. I wanted to create an organization that would outlast me, that could grow and reach more people. Thomas helped one kid at a time. I wanted to figure out how to help thousands. Michael felt a surge of admiration for his son's vision and determination. When did you open the first location? 8 years ago, Marcus said. It was just me and 2 volunteer counselors in a tiny rented office. We had 1 desk, folding chairs, and a donated couch. But we had a vision, to create a safe space where young people could be honest about their struggles without judgment. He pulled out his phone and showed Michael photos from those early days. A cramped office with peeling paint, mismatched furniture, handmade signs. But in every photo, young people were gathered, talking, supporting each other. We started with a support group that met twice a week, Marcus continued. Word spread slowly through schools and youth centers. Kids who came would tell their friends. Parents who saw their children healing would tell other parents. Within a year, we had to move to a bigger space. And you did all this without using my name? I had to, Marcus said firmly. I needed to know it could succeed on its own merits, not because of who my father was. I needed to prove to myself that Marcus Jordan, not Michael Jordan's son, just Marcus, could build something meaningful. Michael understood. He'd taken away Marcus's ability to be his own person for so long that Marcus had to create something entirely separate just to find his identity. I'm sorry, Michael said quietly. I'm sorry I made your life so hard that you had to hide your greatest achievement from me. I wasn't just hiding it from you, Marcus admitted. I was hiding it from the world. For 8 years, I've kept this work quiet, avoided publicity, turned down media requests. I didn't want Beyond the Game to become Michael Jordan's son's charity. I wanted it to be its own thing. But now you're willing to do the documentary. Marcus nodded slowly. Because I realized that my pride, my need to do this without you, was actually hurting the mission. There are thousands of kids out there right now who need to hear our story. And if using the Jordan name can reach them, save them, help them feel less alone, then my ego isn't more important than their lives. A knock on the door interrupted them. A woman in her mid-50s entered, elegant, composed, and instantly recognizable to Michael. Juanita, Michael said, standing up. Marcus's mother smiled softly. I came back. I couldn't just go home after what happened with Ethan. I needed to know he was safe. He is, Marcus assured her. He's at the crisis facility. I'm stable and getting help. Juanita walked to Marcus and kissed the top of his head, then turned to face Michael. The 3 of them stood in the small office, former husband, former wife, and the son caught in the middle of their broken marriage. Margaret told me you were both here, Juanita said. I had to come. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Juanita's eyes filled with tears. I read the letter too, she said to Marcus. You sent me a copy last week, remember? Before you sent it to your father. Marcus nodded. I wanted you to know everything before the documentary. I didn't want you to be blindsided. Juanita turned to Michael, her expression a mixture of anger, sadness, and something that might have been forgiveness. For years, I blamed you, Michael, for Marcus's pain, for his struggles, for the way he felt invisible, and I held you responsible for everything that went wrong. Michael braced himself for what was coming. But reading his letter, reading about Thomas and about Beyond the Game, I realized something, Juanita continued, her voice breaking. I failed him too. Mom, no, Marcus started, but Juanita raised her hand. Let me say this, she insisted. I knew you were hurting, Marcus. I saw the signs, the anxiety, the panic attacks, the depression. But instead of getting you proper help, instead of demanding that your father pay attention, I tried to protect you by protecting you from him. I kept secrets. I made excuses. I enabled both of you to avoid dealing with the real issues. She looked at Michael. You were absent, Michael. Physically present sometimes, but emotionally absent always. And instead of forcing you to engage, instead of demanding you be a real father, I just gave up. I let you shut me down when I tried to talk about Marcus's struggles. I let you dismiss my concerns as me being overprotective. You tried to tell me, Michael said, his voice rough with emotion. I remember you trying to talk to me about Marcus, and I brushed it off. I told you that you were coddling him, that boys need to be tough. You did, Juanita confirmed. But I also gave up too easily. I should have fought harder. I should have demanded that we get Marcus therapy when he needed it. I should have stood between you and him and said, enough. The three of them stood in the office, years of unspoken truths finally being voiced. Marcus spoke quietly. I blamed both of you for a long time. Dad for not seeing me, Mom for not making him see me. But Thomas taught me something important. Blame is heavy, and it doesn't heal anything. Forgiveness is lighter, and it opens doors. Thomas sounds like he was a remarkable man, Juanita said. He was, Marcus and Michael said simultaneously, then looked at each other in surprise. Marcus pulled up a video on his phone. I want you both to see something. I filmed this last month, a few weeks before Thomas died. The video showed Thomas in his hospital bed, weak but smiling. His voice was gravelly but clear. I want people to know that every child is fighting a battle you can't see. The popular kid, the athlete, the straight-A student, they're all carrying something heavy. And most of the time, they just need someone to see them. Not fix them, not change them, not mold them into something they ain't. Just see them, hear them, and love them exactly as they are. Marcus paused the video. He made me promise to show this to both of you someday. He said, your parents love you, Marcus. They just loved you in ways that hurt because they were scared. Fear makes people do strange things, but love can grow if you give it space. Juanita wiped tears from her eyes. He was right. I was scared. Scared that if I let you quit basketball, you'd regret it later. Scared that if I pushed too hard, you'd hate me. Scared that I'd lose you like I was losing my marriage. And I was scared, Michael admitted, that if my son wasn't successful by my definition, it would reflect badly on me. That people would think I was a failure if I couldn't even raise a champion. My ego, my image, I put all of that above your actual well-being. Marcus looked at both his parents, and seeing them not as the flawed, distant figures of his childhood, but as human beings who made mistakes out of fear and pain, just like everyone else. The documentary filmmaker wants to interview both of you, Marcus said. She wants to show all sides of the story, not to shame anyone, but to help other families understand that everyone struggles, even people who look perfect from the outside. Juanita looked at Michael. Are you doing it? Yes, Michael said firmly. I'm tired of pretending to be perfect. It's exhausting, and it's a lie. If our story helps even one family avoid the pain we went through, it's worth it. Juanita was quiet for a moment, considering. Then she nodded. I'll do it too, but on one condition, We tell the whole truth. My part in it too. I won't let you take all the blame, Michael, since we both have to own our mistakes. Agreed, Michael said. Marcus felt something shift inside him, a weight he'd carried for decades finally beginning to lift. His parents weren't perfect. They had hurt him deeply, scarred him in ways that would probably never fully heal. But they were here now, willing to be vulnerable, willing to change, willing to help others by being honest about their failures. There's a parent support group starting in 20 minutes, Marcus said. 5 families, all struggling with expectations and identity. Would you both stay? Not to speak unless you want to, just to observe and understand what we do here? Michael and Juanita exchanged glances, then nodded. As they walked toward the meeting room, Marcus thought about Thomas's final letter, about forgiveness and purpose, and about how sometimes the deepest pain can create the most meaningful healing. He thought about Ethan, the young baseball player who'd walked in ready to give up, and about the hundreds of other kids who would come through these doors looking for someone to see them. And now, for the first time, Marcus wouldn't be doing this work alone. His parents, flawed as they were, would be beside him, using their broken story to create pathways to healing for others. Inside the meeting room, families were already gathering. Marcus recognized most of them from previous sessions. Parents and teenagers still working through their issues, still learning to see each other, still choosing connection over control. Michael and Juanita took seats in the back, and Marcus stood at the front of the room. Before we begin today's session, Marcus said, I want to introduce 2 people who are very important to me. These are my parents, Michael and Juanita. They're here because they're learning, just like all of us, how to be better, how to see beyond expectations, how to love without conditions. Several people in the room recognized Michael and whispered to each other. But Marcus continued before the moment could become about celebrity. My parents made mistakes, big mistakes, mistakes that almost cost me my life. But they're here now, willing to admit those mistakes, willing to grow, willing to help others by being honest about what they did wrong. He looked at his parents with genuine affection. That takes courage. And I want everyone in this room to know that it's never too late to change. It's never too late to choose connection. It's never too late to start really seeing the people you love. The session began, and Michael and Juanita listened as family after family shared their struggles, their pain, their slow progress toward healing. And in that moment, sitting together in a room dedicated to repairing broken relationships, the Jordan family took their first real steps toward becoming whole. The parent support group was different from the one Michael had observed earlier that morning. These families were further along in their healing journeys, but the wounds were still visible, still raw. Dr. Reyna guided the session with gentle authority. Tonight, I want us to focus on accountability. Not blame, accountability. There's a difference. Blame says, you hurt me and it's all your fault. Accountability says, you hurt me. Oh, and I need you to acknowledge that so we can move forward. A father in his 40s raised his hand. He was a large man with broad shoulders and a stern face that looked like it rarely smiled. I'm Marcus Jackson, he said, and I have a question for the gentleman in the back. Michael felt everyone's eyes turn toward him. Marcus Jackson was Jamal's father, the former football player from the earlier session. Mr. Jordan, Marcus Jackson continued, his voice carrying an edge, you said this morning that we need to let our kids be themselves, that we're crushing them with our expectations. But here's what I don't understand. Aren't we just giving up? Aren't we letting them take the easy path? The room went silent. Michael could feel the challenge in the man's voice, the resistance. Michael stood slowly. "Can I ask you something first, mister? On Jackson? Is your son actually quitting? Or is he asking for permission to pursue a different dream?" "It's the same thing," Marcus Jackson insisted. "Football is his ticket to college, to a future, to opportunities I never had. Teaching elementary school? That's giving up on his potential." "Giving up on what?" Michael asked calmly, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd recently learned this lesson the hard way. "Your dream for him? Or his dream for himself? Football could give him opportunities." "That he doesn't want," Jamal interrupted, standing up to face his father. His voice shook but held firm. "Dad, I never wanted those opportunities. You did. You wanted me to have the football career you couldn't finish because of your injury. But that's your unfinished story, and not mine." Marcus Jackson looked like he'd been punched in the gut. "I sacrificed everything to give you chances I never had." "I know," Jamal said, tears streaming down his face. "And I appreciate that, Dad. I really do. But your sacrifice doesn't mean I owe you my life. It doesn't mean I have to live your dream to make your sacrifice worthwhile." The pain in Marcus Jackson's eyes was visible to everyone in the room. He sat down heavily, his head in his hands, his large frame shaking. Michael felt compelled to speak. He walked to the center of the circle, standing between father and son. "Mr. Jackson," Michael said gently, "I see you. I see a father who loves his son so much that he's willing to push him to the point of breaking, because you think that's what love looks like. I was that father, and I pushed my son until he stood on a roof, ready to jump." Marcus Jackson looked up, his eyes red and wet. "But here's what I learned too late," Michael continued. "Real strength isn't forcing your child to be tough. Real strength is being vulnerable enough to admit when you're wrong. Real strength is letting go of your dreams for them so they can pursue their own." "But what if I let him quit football and he regrets it?" Marcus Jackson asked, his voice breaking. "What if 10 years from now, he resents me for not pushing him harder?" "That's his journey to take," Michael said. "His choice, his life, his potential regret. You can guide him, you can share your concerns, but you can't control him. And trust me, Mr. Jackson, trying to control him will only guarantee that he resents you." Juanita spoke up from the back of the room, her voice gentle but firm. "Mr. Jackson, I watched Michael push Marcus into basketball for years. I tried to be the balance, the soft parent who understood. But you know what? Both approaches were wrong. Michael was too controlling, and I was too permissive. What we should have done, what we're trying to learn now, is to be present without being prescriptive, to listen without directing, to love without conditions." A woman sitting next to Marcus Jackson, Jamal's mother, reached over and took her husband's hand. "Baby, maybe we need to think about what Jamal actually wants, not what we want for him." Dr. Reyna addressed the group. "I think what we're all struggling with is fear. We're afraid our children will fail, will struggle, will suffer. But the truth is, they're going to struggle anyway. Life is hard. The question is, will they struggle while doing something they love? Or will they struggle while living our dreams?" A teenage girl named Sophia, who'd been in the earlier session, stood up. She walked over to her mother, Dr. Chen, and took her hands. "Mom, I know you're scared," Sophia said. "I know you think I'll end up poor and struggling if I pursue art. But I'd rather struggle doing something I love than succeed at something that makes me miserable. Isn't that what you would have wanted for yourself?" Dr. Chen pulled her daughter into a tight embrace. "You're right. I gave up my dream Because I was afraid, and I've been trying to protect you from that fear. But baby, I was wrong. Your happiness is worth the risk." The room filled with emotion, parents reaching for their children, teenagers crying, families having quiet, intense conversations. Then Marcus Jackson did something unexpected. He stood up and walked directly to Michael, his jaw set, his eyes still angry but also confused. "Mr. Jordan, you say all this now. You say you were wrong, that you failed your son. But you're still Michael Jordan. You're still successful. You're still rich and famous. Easy for you to admit mistakes when you've got nothing to lose." The room went quiet again. Everyone sensed the confrontation building. "But me," Marcus Jackson continued, his voice rising. "I'm a high school football coach in a small town. My son making it to the NFL. That was going to be my legacy. That was going to prove that all my sacrifice, all my hard work, all the years I spent in pain from my injury, that it all meant something." His voice broke. "If Jamal quits football, what do I have? What was it all for?" Michael didn't flinch. He looked Marcus Jackson directly in the eyes. "You have your son," Michael said simply. "Alive, healthy, willing to have a relationship with you. That's what you have. And Mr. Jackson, that's everything." "But he won't respect me if I just give in." "He'll respect you more," Michael interrupted. "He'll respect you for being strong enough to put his needs above your ego. That's what real men do, Mr. Jackson. Real men love their children more than they love their pride." Marcus Jackson's face crumpled. "I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to let go of what I wanted for him." "None of us do," Michael admitted. "We're all learning. But Mr. Jackson, here's what I wish someone had told me 20 years ago. Your son doesn't need you to be right. He needs you to be present. And he doesn't need you to be perfect. He needs you to try." Jamal walked over to his father. At 17, he was almost as tall as Marcus Jackson. But in that moment, he looked like a little boy seeking his father's approval. "Dad," Jamal said quietly, "if I promise you something, will you listen?" Marcus Jackson nodded, unable to speak. "If you let me pursue teaching, I promise I'll work as hard at it as you wanted me to work at football. I'll get good grades. I'll go to a great education program. I'll become the best teacher I can be. I just want to work hard at something I actually care about, something that makes me feel alive." Marcus Jackson looked at his son, really looked at him, maybe for the first time in years. He saw not a football player or a disappointment, but a young man with his own dreams, his own path, and his own definition of success. "You really want to teach little kids?" Marcus Jackson asked, his voice hoarse. "Yes, sir," Jamal said. "I love working with kids. I volunteer at the Boys and Girls Club on weekends. I help them with their homework, play games with them, listen to their problems. That's when I feel most like myself." Something shifted in Marcus Jackson's face. The anger melted away, replaced by confusion, then understanding, then something that looked like acceptance. "I didn't know that," he said quietly. "I didn't know you volunteered there. You never told me." "Because I thought you'd think it was a waste of time," Jamal admitted. "I thought you'd say I should be using that time to train." Marcus Jackson closed his eyes, pain evident on his face. When he opened them again, they were filled with tears. "I'm sorry, son," he said, his voice breaking. "I'm so sorry. I've been so focused on what I wanted for you that I never asked what you wanted for yourself." Jamal fell into his father's arms, and both men held each other, crying openly. The other families in the room watched with tears in their own eyes, seeing their own struggles reflected in this father and son's breakthrough. Michael returned to his seat next to Juanita and Marcus. His son reached over and squeezed his hand. "That was good, Dad," Marcus whispered. "That was exactly what he needed to hear." "I just told him what I wish I'd understood sooner," Michael replied. The session continued for another hour. More families shared, more breakthroughs happened, more walls came down. By the end, the room felt lighter, as if years of pressure had been released into the air. As families began to leave, several parents approached Michael. One father shook his hand and said, "If Michael Jordan can admit he was wrong and change, then maybe I can too." A mother hugged him and said, "Thank you for showing us that success in one area doesn't mean success in all areas. My daughter's been trying to tell me that for years, but I didn't listen until I heard it from you." Marcus Jackson was the last to leave. He approached Michael, Juanita, and Marcus, with his wife and son beside him. "Mr. Jordan," he said, extending his hand, "thank you. I don't know if I'm ready to let go completely, but I'm ready to try. And that's because you had the courage to admit you failed. That gave me permission to admit I might be failing too." Michael shook his hand firmly. "We're all learning, Mr. Jackson. And the important thing is we're here, we're trying, and we're choosing our children over our pride." After everyone had left, Michael, Juanita, and Marcus stood alone in the empty meeting room. "That was intense," Juanita said, sitting down heavily in one of the chairs. "That's every session," Marcus said. "Every week, parents come in defensive and scared, and slowly, sometimes very slowly, they start to see that their way isn't the only way, that their children have value beyond achievements." Michael looked at his son with newfound respect. "You do this every week? Navigate these emotional minefields? Help families break down decades of dysfunction?" "That's the work," Marcus said simply. "It's exhausting, but it's worth it. Every time a father like Marcus Jackson starts to see his son, every time a mother like Dr. Chen gives her daughter permission to dream, that's why we're here." Juanita stood and walked to Marcus, cupping his face in her hands. "I'm so proud of you, baby. Not for building this organization, though that's impressive. I'm proud of you for surviving, for taking your pain and transforming it into healing for others. That takes a strength I didn't know you had." "I learned it from you," Marcus said. "You taught me compassion. You taught me to see people's pain even when they're hiding it." He turned to Michael. "And I learned determination from you, the refusal to give up, the drive to keep pushing forward even when things are hard. I just channeled that determination into something different than basketball." Michael felt his throat tighten. You took the best parts of both of us and became someone better than either of us." "No," Marcus said firmly. "I became myself. Finally, after all these years, I'm just Marcus, not trying to be you, not trying to please Mom, just me. And that's enough." The three of them stood in the empty room, the evening sun casting long shadows through the windows. Years of pain and misunderstanding hung in the air, but so did something new: hope, possibility, the beginnings of real healing. "What happens now?" Juanita asked. Marcus pulled out his phone and showed them his calendar. "Tomorrow, the documentary crew arrives. They want to film us here at the center, showing what we do. Then they want to interview each of us separately, and then together. They want the raw, unedited truth." "I'm ready," Michael said. "Me too," Juanita added. Marcus looked at both his parents, these imperfect people who'd hurt him so deeply, but were now trying so hard to make things right. "Then, let's tell our story," Marcus said. "Let's show the world that even the most broken families can heal, that it's never too late to start over, that choosing honesty over image is the bravest thing we can do." Michael thought about his championship rings at home, about all the accolades and achievements that had defined his life for so long. None of them mattered compared to this moment, standing with his ex-wife and his son, choosing vulnerability over pride, choosing connection over control, choosing love over legacy. This was what winning really looked like. And for the first time in his life, Michael Jordan felt like he was finally on the right team. The Jordan family left the meeting room together, walking down the hallway toward the exit. The building was quieter now, most of the staff having gone home for the evening. Only a few counselors remained, finishing paperwork in their offices. As they reached the reception area, Dr. Reyna appeared from around the corner, carrying a stack of folders. When she saw them, she stopped. "I'm glad you're all still here," she said. "There's something happening that I think you should know about." She led them to a larger conference room down another hallway. Through the window, Michael could see it was full of people, at least 30 teenagers and parents, sitting in chairs arranged in rows. "What's this?" Marcus asked. "It's an emergency session," Dr. Reyna explained. "Word spread through social media that you were here today, Mr. Jordan, and that you spoke in the parent group about your failures as a father. Within an hour, we started getting calls from families asking if they could come tonight, asking if you'd speak to them too." Michael felt his stomach tighten. "I don't know if I'm qualified." "You're the most qualified person in the building right now," Dr. Reyna interrupted gently. "These families need to hear from someone who's lived it, someone who's on the other side of denial, finally seeing the truth." Marcus put his hand on his father's shoulder. "You don't have to do this, Dad. This isn't what you signed up for today." But Michael looked through the window at the faces in that room. He saw teenagers who looked anxious and defeated. He saw parents who looked defensive and scared. He saw his own story reflected in every person sitting in those chairs. "I'll do it," Michael said. "If it helps even one family, it's worth it." Dr. Reyna smiled. "Thank you. I'll introduce you." They entered the room, and immediately a wave of whispers swept through the crowd. Cell phones came out as people tried to take pictures, but Dr. Reyna raised her hand. "Please, no photos or recording," she said firmly. "This is a safe space, and what's shared here stays here. We're all just people trying to do better." The phones went away, though the excitement in the room was still palpable. "Tonight, we have someone special with us," Dr. Reyna continued. "But I want you to forget who he is in the world. Forget the championships and the fame. Tonight, he's just a father who's learning to do better. Please welcome Michael Jordan." The room erupted in applause, but Michael raised his hand to stop it. "Ma, please don't applaud," he said, his voice carrying through the room. "I don't deserve applause for finally doing what I should have been doing all along." The room went silent. Michael walked to the front and stood there for a moment, looking at all those faces, some hopeful, some skeptical, all waiting to hear what he had to say. "My name is Michael," he began, "and I'm a father who failed his son for most of his life." He paused, letting the words sink in. No excuses, no qualifications, just the raw truth. "I thought being the greatest basketball player in the world would make me great at everything else too," Michael continued. "I thought my success in sports would automatically translate to success as a father. I was wrong, catastrophically wrong." A teenage boy in the front row raised his hand tentatively. "Mr. Jordan, can I ask you something?" "Please, call me Michael. And yes, my dad is a CEO. He built his company from nothing, and now it's worth millions. He wants me to take it over someday, but I want to be a chef. He says cooking is for people who couldn't make it in the real world. Did you say things like that to your son?" Michael felt the question like a knife. "Yes. I told my son that quitting basketball was wasting his potential. I told him he was being selfish for not wanting what I wanted for him. I said things that made him feel worthless, even though I thought I was motivating him. He looked at the boy directly. "Your father is wrong. Cooking isn't for people who couldn't make it. It's for people who are passionate about creating, about bringing joy to others through food. That's a noble calling, and your father should be supporting it, not dismissing it." A mother in the third row stood up, her face flushed with emotion. "But how are we supposed to just let them throw away opportunities? How do we watch them make mistakes we know they'll regret?" "You can't protect them from regret," Michael said honestly. "All you can do is make sure that if they do regret their choices, they regret choosing their own path, not yours. Because, trust me, living with the regret of following your own dreams is much easier than living with the regret of never trying." He looked around the room. "Let me tell you what happened to my son, because I couldn't let go of my dreams for him. When he was 15 years old, Marcus stood on a school roof, ready to jump, ready to end his life because the pressure of being Michael Jordan's son was too much to bear." Gasps echoed through the room. Several parents grabbed their children's hands. "I didn't know," Michael continued, his voice breaking. "I came home that night, saw his closed bedroom door, and went to sleep thinking he was just upset about losing a basketball game. I never checked on him. I never asked if he was okay. I just assumed he was fine, because that's what I wanted to believe." A father in the back stood up abruptly. "But that's different. That's extreme. Our kids aren't suicidal." "How do you know?" Michael interrupted, his voice sharp. "How do you know your child isn't standing on a metaphorical roof right now, too afraid to tell you because they think you'll see them as weak?" The father sat back down, looking shaken. "My son hid his pain from me for 15 years, Michael said. 15 years, he carried the weight of my expectations, the burden of my disappointments, the fear of never being good enough. And I never saw it, because I didn't want to see it. Because seeing it would mean admitting I was wrong." Juanita stood up from where she'd been sitting in the back. "Can I say something?" Michael nodded, and Juanita walked to the front to stand beside him. "I'm Marcus's mother," she said to the room, "and I failed him too. Not in the same way as Michael, but I still failed. I saw the signs, the anxiety, the panic attacks, the depression. But instead of getting him real help, I tried to protect him by hiding it from his father. I enabled both of them to avoid the truth." She looked at the parents in the room. "Some of you are probably thinking, well, I'm the understanding parent. I'm not like Michael Jordan. I'm supportive. But being too permissive, never setting boundaries, always making excuses, that's failing too. Our children need us to be honest with them and with ourselves." A teenage girl raised her hand. "Mrs. Jordan, did you and Mr. Jordan stay together? Did Marcus's problems break up your marriage?" Juanita shook her head. "We divorced for many reasons, but Marcus wasn't one of them. We couldn't fix our marriage, but that doesn't mean we can't fix our relationship with our son. Those are separate things." Marcus stood and walked to the front to join his parents. The three of them stood together, a formerly broken family now united in honesty. "I want to show you something," Marcus said to the room. He pulled up a photo on his phone and projected it onto the screen behind him using a wireless connection. It was the picture of him with Thomas Washington, both of them smiling. "This is Thomas Washington," Marcus said. "He was the janitor at my high school, the man who found me on that roof and saved my life. For 15 years, he was more of a father to me than my actual father. Michael felt those words, even though he knew they were true. Thomas taught me that love isn't about pushing someone to be great, Marcus continued. It's about seeing them as they are and loving them anyway. He taught me that my worth wasn't tied to my achievements. And because of Thomas, I survived long enough to build this organization. He looked at his parents. But Thomas also taught me about forgiveness. He wrote letters to my father for 15 years, letters he never sent, trying to help him understand. Thomas forgave my dad before my dad even knew he needed forgiveness. And that taught me something important. People can change. It's never too late. Marcus addressed the room again. My parents aren't perfect. They made terrible mistakes. They hurt me deeply. But they're here now, admitting their failures, trying to do better. And that's all any of us can do. Admit when we're wrong and try to be better going forward. A father near the front stood up, tears streaming down his face. My daughter tried to tell me last month that she wanted to quit violin. She's been playing since she was 4, and I've spent thousands on lessons and instruments. I told her she was being ungrateful, that she'd regret it. But listening to you, I think I've been forcing her to live my dream. I always wished I could play an instrument. His daughter, sitting next to him, grabbed his hand. Dad, I don't hate music. I just hate the pressure. If I could play for fun instead of for competitions, I might actually enjoy it. The father pulled his daughter into a hug, both of them crying. All around the room, similar conversations were starting. Parents and children turning to each other, having honest discussions for the first time in years. Michael watched these moments of breakthrough, these families choosing connection over control, and felt something profound shift in his understanding of success. He'd spent his life thinking success meant winning, being the best, defeating everyone else. But standing here, watching families heal, seeing his son's purpose unfold, this was success. Real, meaningful, lasting success. Doctor. Irena addressed the crowd. We're going to break into small groups now. Parents in one room, teenagers in another. We'll process what we've heard and start making plans for change. Michael, Juanita, Marcus, would you be willing to sit in on the groups? Absolutely, all three said. As the crowd divided and moved into separate spaces, Michael found himself in a room with about 15 fathers. They sat in a circle, and one by one, each man shared his story, his fears, his mistakes, his desperate need to see his child succeed. And Michael listened, seeing himself in every story, understanding now that he wasn't alone in his failures. Countless fathers were making the same mistakes he'd made, driven by the same fears and insecurities. But unlike him, these fathers were getting the chance to change before it was too late. Before their children stood on roofs. Before 15 years of pain accumulated into irreparable damage. One father, a surgeon, spoke about pushing his son toward medicine when the boy wanted to be a social worker. I make $300,000 a year, the surgeon said. My son will be lucky to make $40,000 as a social worker. How do I watch him struggle financially when I could give him a better path? Michael thought carefully before responding. Your son won't be struggling. He'll be living within his means, doing work he loves. You'll be the one struggling with the fact that his definition of success doesn't match yours. But that's your problem to solve, not his. The surgeon looked startled, then thoughtful. Another father, a former athlete like Michael, talked about his daughter who wanted to quit soccer. She has a full scholarship offer from 3 universities. If she quits now, she loses all of that. How is that not a mistake? It's only a mistake if she regrets it, Michael said. And even if she does regret it someday, it's her regret to own. Better to regret following her instincts than to resent you for forcing her to ignore them. The conversations continued for over an hour. Some fathers argued, resistant to change. Others broke down, finally admitting they'd been wrong. All of them were wrestling with the same central question: how do we love our children without controlling them? When the group session ended, the families reconvened in the main room. Teenagers and parents found each other, many with red eyes and tentative smiles. Small changes were happening. Not complete transformations, but openings, a willingness to try differently. As people began to leave, many stopped to thank Michael, Juanita, and Marcus. One mother hugged Michael and said, "I've watched you play basketball since I was a teenager. You were my hero. But tonight, seeing you admit your mistakes and fight to do better? That's even more heroic than any championship." Michael felt tears prick his eyes. For decades, he'd been defined by his athletic excellence. But maybe, just maybe, his most important legacy wasn't 6 rings. Maybe it was this: being honest enough to help other families avoid the pain his family had endured. As the last family left, Michael, Juanita, and Marcus stood in the empty room, exhausted but somehow energized. "That was incredible," Juanita said. "Did you see how many families had breakthroughs tonight?" "That's what happens when people hear the truth," Marcus said. "When someone with Michael Jordan's status admits he failed, it gives everyone else permission to admit their failures too." Michael looked at his son and ex-wife, these 2 people he'd hurt so deeply, who were now standing beside him in this mission. "I want to do this regularly," Michael said, "not just funding the expansion, but actually being here, speaking to groups, sharing my story, being part of the work." Marcus smiled. "Dad, you already are part of the work. You became part of it the moment you chose honesty over image." They walked out of the building together into the cool Chicago night. And for the first time in decades, Michael Jordan felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Not on a basketball court, not in a boardroom, but here, in this modest building on the South Side, helping broken families find their way back to each other. This was his new championship, and it mattered more than all the others combined. 3 months later, Marcus stood in front of an auditorium filled with over 500 people: parents, teenagers, counselors, educators, journalists, and mental health advocates. The documentary premiere was about to begin, but first, Marcus had something to say. The lights dimmed slightly, focusing attention on him at the podium. Michael and Juanita sat in the front row, holding hands. Not romantically, but as co-parents who'd finally learned to work together for their son's well-being. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the microphone. This was it. So the moment when his private pain would become public knowledge, when the world would learn that Michael Jordan's son had wanted to die. "Thank you all for coming," Marcus began, his voice steady despite his nerves. "Before we watch the documentary, I want to introduce you to someone who couldn't be here tonight, but whose presence made all of this possible." The large screen behind him illuminated with a photo of Thomas Washington. Elderly, kind-eyed, smiling gently at the camera. "This is Thomas Washington," Marcus said. "To most of the world, he was invisible. A janitor at my high school, someone people walked past without seeing, someone whose name few people knew. But to me, he was everything. He saved my life when I was 15 years old, standing on a school roof, ready to end everything." The auditorium was completely silent, and several people gasped. "Thomas found me that night," Marcus continued, his voice thick with emotion. "And instead of calling security or my parents or trying to talk me down with platitudes. He sat with me. For 3 hours, he just sat with me on that roof, sharing his own story, his own pain, his own wisdom. Marcus pulled out a worn piece of paper from his pocket, one of Thomas's unsent letters. Thomas wrote letters to my father for 15 years, letters he never sent, but kept as a record of his hopes for our family. I want to read you one paragraph from a letter he wrote in 2015, 8 years after he first saved my life. Marcus's voice wavered as he read. Marcus reminds me of what my boy could have been if he'd lived. Every time I help Marcus, I'm honoring my son's memory. Every time Marcus chooses to live another day, and I feel like maybe my son's death wasn't completely meaningless. Maybe I can take that pain and transform it into purpose. Marcus looked up, tears streaming down his face. Thomas lost his son to the same kind of pressure I was facing. His son died trying to live up to a legacy he couldn't carry. And Thomas spent the rest of his life making sure other sons and daughters didn't suffer the same fate. He gestured to the screen. Thomas died 3 months ago at age 89. He never got to see this documentary. He never got to see Beyond the Game expand to 15 cities. He never got to see my father and me finally reconcile. But his legacy lives on in every single life we save. Marcus pointed to a section of the auditorium where dozens of young people sat together, many wearing Beyond the Game t-shirts. See, these are some of the young people our organization has helped. Each one has a story. Each one felt invisible, inadequate, crushed by expectations. And each one is alive today because someone finally saw them, really saw them, and told them they were enough. A young man in the group stood up. Can I say something? Marcus nodded, and the young man walked to the front. It was Deshaun, the teenager Marcus had talked down from a bridge a year ago. My name is Deshaun Cooper, he said, his voice shaking but determined. Last year, I was standing on a bridge, ready to jump. I'd failed out of college, disappointed my parents, lost my scholarship. I thought I was worthless. But Marcus talked to me for 6 hours that night. He told me his story, about standing on that roof, about feeling exactly what I was feeling. And knowing that even Michael Jordan's son struggled like me, that saved my life. Deshaun looked at Michael in the front row. Mr. Jordan, you don't know me, but your son does. And because of what your son built from his pain, I'm alive. I'm in community college now, studying psychology. I want to help people the way Marcus helped me. Another young person stood, Jasmine, the soccer player with the eating disorder. I'm Jasmine Rodriguez, she said. I almost died from anorexia because I thought my worth was measured by how thin I could be, how fast I could run, how many goals I could score. Marcus's program connected me with therapists and support groups. They taught me that my body wasn't a tool for achievement. It was my home. Today, I'm healthy. I'm coaching youth soccer, to teaching kids that their value isn't on a scoreboard. One by one, young people stood and shared their stories. Connor, the hockey player's son, who now studies marine biology. Sophia, the doctor's daughter who's thriving in art school. Ethan, the baseball player who'd walked into Beyond the Game suicidal 3 months ago and was now in therapy, rebuilding his life. 20 young people spoke. 20 lives saved or transformed. 20 families that found their way back to each other. By the time they finished, there wasn't a dry eye in the auditorium. Marcus returned to the podium, barely able to speak through his emotion. Thomas Washington saved my life, but he did more than that. He gave me a mission. He showed me that one person seeing another person, really seeing them, can change everything. And now, because of Thomas, we've helped over 2,000 young people find their way. He looked at his parents in the front row. But this isn't just my story or Thomas's story. It's my family's story. My parents made terrible mistakes. They hurt me deeply. But they're here now, choosing vulnerability over pride, choosing honesty over image. And that choice might save more lives than anything else we do. Marcus took a deep breath. This documentary is raw. It's painful. It shows my suicide attempt, my years of struggle, my parents' failures. We didn't edit out the hard parts or try to make ourselves look better. We told the truth, all of it, because truth heals. Because other families need to see that even the most broken relationships can be repaired. That it's never too late to choose connection over control. He gestured to the screen. Here, for the next 90 minutes, you're going to watch my family's story. You'll see footage of support groups, interviews with families, conversations between me and my parents that were sometimes uncomfortable and always honest. You'll see what healing actually looks like. Not perfect or neat, but real and messy and beautiful. Marcus paused, his final words hanging in the air. This documentary is dedicated to Thomas Washington and to every unsung hero who loves children without conditions, to every person who sees the invisible and lifts the broken, to everyone who's brave enough to admit when they're wrong and try to do better. Thank you, Thomas. We'll carry your light forward. The auditorium erupted in applause. Marcus stepped back as the lights went down completely, and the documentary began. And the screen showed footage of Beyond the Game, counseling sessions, support groups, young people sharing their pain and their healing. Then it cut to an interview with Marcus, sitting in his office, Thomas's photograph visible on his desk. I was 15 years old when I decided to die, Marcus said on screen. Not because of one thing, but because of everything. The pressure, the expectations, the constant feeling that I would never be enough. That night, after I missed the game-winning shot, I climbed to the school roof and stood on the edge. The documentary showed reenactments, respectful, artistic representations of that night. Michael, watching from the front row, gripped Juanita's hand tighter. Then the screen showed Michael's interview, filmed just 2 weeks ago. I failed my son, Michael said on screen, to tears streaming down his face. I was so focused on making him tough, making him great, making him like me, that I couldn't see he was dying inside. I thought I was preparing him for success, but I was actually destroying him. The documentary cut between interviews with Marcus, Michael, and Juanita, building a complete picture of their family's dysfunction and eventual healing. It showed footage from support group sessions, with families having breakthroughs in real time. It showed Marcus working with young people, his gentle wisdom apparent in every interaction. One powerful section focused on the parallel between Thomas's letters and the modern work of Beyond the Game. Thomas's handwritten words appeared on screen while Marcus read them aloud, his voice breaking at certain passages. Another section showed Michael attending support groups regularly over the past 3 months, speaking honestly about his failures, helping other parents see their own blind spots. The most powerful moment came near the end. Footage of Michael, Marcus, and Juanita sitting together in Marcus's office, having their first truly honest conversation about what went wrong and how they were working to make it right. "Can you forgive me?" Michael asked on screen. Marcus was quiet for a long moment before responding. "I'm learning to. It's not instant, Dad. Forgiveness is a process, not a moment. But yes, I'm forgiving you, because holding on to anger is exhausting, and I'd rather spend that energy helping people than hating you." "Do you think we can have a real relationship?" Michael asked. "Not just polite texts on holidays, but actual closeness?" "I think we're building that now," Marcus replied. "Slowly, honestly. It won't look like other father-son relationships, but it'll be ours, and that's enough." The documentary ended with footage from the emergency session 3 months ago, the night over 30 families came to hear Michael speak. The screen showed Marcus Jackson and his son Jamal embracing, Dr. Chen and Sophia holding hands, families choosing each other over their pride. The final image was of Marcus, Michael, and Juanita standing together in front of the Beyond the Game sign. Not posed or perfect, but real and hopeful. A text appeared on the screen. Since this documentary was filmed, Beyond the Game has expanded to 20 locations nationwide. Over 3,000 young people have been helped through their programs. The Jordan Family Foundation has committed $50 million to mental health services for young people. Thomas Washington's story has inspired 100+ volunteers to join the cause. Countless families have found the courage to choose honesty over image. This film is dedicated to Thomas Washington, 1935 to 2025, and to every child who's ever felt invisible. You are seen. You are valued. You are enough. The lights came up slowly. The auditorium was silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous applause. People were standing, crying, embracing each other. Marcus, Michael, and Juanita walked to the stage together. The crowd's ovation continued for several minutes. Finally, Marcus raised his hand for quiet. "Thank you. We'll take a few questions." Hands shot up throughout the auditorium. Marcus pointed to a woman in the middle. "My question is for Mr. Jordan," she said. "You've achieved everything in basketball. How does it feel to know that this work, admitting your failures and helping families, might become your most important legacy?" Michael stood, his voice carrying through the room. "It already is my most important legacy. 6 championships made me famous. But this work, helping families heal, using my story to prevent other parents from making my mistakes, this makes me feel like my life has actual meaning beyond basketball." A young man raised his hand. "Marcus, what would you say to other children of successful parents who are struggling right now?" Marcus thought for a moment. "I'd say you're not alone. I'd say your worth isn't determined by whether you live up to your parents' success. And I'd say there's help available. Our website has resources, crisis hotlines, and information about finding support in your area. Most importantly, I'd say please stay alive. Please give yourself the chance to discover who you are beyond your parents' shadows." Another hand went up, a father with a teenage son beside him. "I'm a professional athlete, and my son just told me last week that he wants to quit the sport I played. After watching this documentary, I realize I've been reacting exactly like you did, Mr. Jordan. What should I do tomorrow?" Michael answered immediately. "Tomorrow, sit down with your son and ask him what he wants. Really wants, not what he thinks you want to hear. Then listen, without defending yourself. Without explaining why you pushed him, without trying to change his mind. Just listen. And tell him you love him regardless of what sport he plays or doesn't play." The father nodded, tears in his eyes, and put his arm around his son. Question after question came, from parents seeking advice, from young people sharing their struggles, from counselors wanting to know how to replicate the Beyond the Game model in their communities. Finally, an elderly woman in the back stood up. "My name is Helen Washington. I'm Thomas's daughter." The room went completely silent. Marcus's breath caught. I came tonight because I needed to see what my father created through you, Marcus. Helen continued, her voice strong. Watching this documentary, seeing all these lives changed, understanding the ripple effect of his kindness, I finally understand why he spent so much time away from our family to be with you. She walked down the aisle toward the stage, and Marcus met her halfway. They embraced as the audience watched, both crying. "Your father saved my life," Marcus said, "and then he taught me how to save others." "He loved you like a son," Helen said, "and I want you to know, I'm not angry about that anymore. I understand now. You were his second chance, his way of honoring my brother's memory, and what you've built from his love. Marcus, it's beautiful." She pulled back and reached into her purse, retrieving a small box. "I found one more letter, one he wrote the night before he died, addressed to you. I was waiting for the right time to give it to you. I think that time is now." Marcus took the box with shaking hands. Inside was a single piece of paper, Thomas's shakiest handwriting, barely legible but filled with love. Marcus read it silently first, tears streaming down his face. Then, with Helen's permission, he read it aloud to the auditorium. Marcus's hands trembled as he unfolded the letter. The paper was thin and fragile, the ink smudged in places where Thomas's failing hands had struggled to write. Marcus took a deep breath and began reading aloud, his voice breaking with emotion. "Dear Marcus, if you're reading this, I've gone home to be with my boy. Don't be sad for me. I got to live long enough to see you become the man I always knew you would be. That's a blessing not every old man gets. I'm writing this from my hospital bed. My daughter keeps telling me to rest, but I need to say these things while I still got breath in my lungs. There are truths that can't wait, son, and you need to hear them. First, I want you to know something I never told you. When I found you on that roof 15 years ago, I wasn't just walking by. I'd been watching you for weeks, seeing the weight you carried, recognizing the same darkness in your eyes that I saw in my James's eyes before he died. That night, I followed you to the roof because I knew. Somehow, I just knew. God put me there, Marcus. I truly believe that. He gave me a second chance to save a son when I couldn't save my own." Marcus paused, wiping his eyes. The auditorium was completely silent, everyone hanging on every word. "Second, I need to tell you about them letters I wrote to your daddy but never sent. You might wonder why I kept writing them if I never planned to mail them. The truth is, I was writing them for you, not for him. I knew that someday, when I was gone, you'd find them. And I knew you'd need to see that I understood your pain. But I also understood your father's. See? Hurt people, Marcus. Your daddy wasn't trying to destroy you. He was trying to save you in the only way he knew how. He was scared, just like my daddy was scared, just like I was scared with James. Fear makes us do terrible things to the people we love most. But here's what I learned too late to save my boy. Love is stronger than fear, but only if we let it be. Your daddy's fear was bigger than his love for too many years. But Marcus, his love was always there, buried underneath pride and ego and terror. But there, that's why I forgave him before he even knew he needed forgiving. Because I saw in him the same father I was, imperfect, scared, doing our best with broken tools. Michael, sitting in the front row, covered his face with his hands and sobbed. Juanita put her arm around him, tears streaming down her own face. Marcus continued reading, his voice stronger now. Third, I want you to know what you gave me. You gave me 15 more years of purpose when I thought my purpose died with James. You gave me a reason to wake up every morning. You gave me a son to love and protect and watch grow into someone extraordinary. You weren't a burden, Marcus. You were a gift. Every phone call at 2 in the morning when you had a panic attack, that was a gift because I got to help you breathe. Every lunch at that diner where we talked for hours, that was a gift because I got to know your beautiful heart. Every time you called me after helping some kid at your center, that was a gift because I got to see my legacy living on through you. My biggest regret ain't that I spent time with you instead of my family. My biggest regret is that I didn't tell you sooner how much you meant to me. How you healed parts of me I thought were dead forever. You brought light back into my life, son. You reminded this old man that even after devastating loss, there can still be purpose, still be love, still be hope. Helen Washington, standing next to Marcus, was crying openly now. The audience was completely transfixed. Fourth, and this is important, Marcus, don't let my death stop the work. Don't let grief slow down what you're building. Too many kids out there right now are standing on their own roofs, waiting for someone to see them. You got to keep being that someone. I won't be there to answer your calls anymore. But son, you don't need me the way you used to. You got the tools now. You got the wisdom. You got your own strength that you built from your own pain. You're ready to do this without me, and you won't be alone. Your daddy, I truly believe he's going to come around. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but soon. There's a reason I never sent those letters, Marcus. I was waiting for him to see it himself, waiting for you to be strong enough to demand what you deserve, waiting for the right moment when truth could finally be spoken. That moment is coming soon. I can feel it. And when it does, don't push him away. Let him be imperfect. Let him stumble through trying to make amends. Give him the same grace I gave you when you were learning to survive. Marcus's voice broke completely, and he had to stop for a moment to compose himself. Michael stood up from his seat and walked to the stage, standing beside his son. Marcus looked at him, and Michael nodded. Keep reading. Fifth, I need to tell you about the box my daughter will give you after I'm gone. Inside, you will find all the letters I wrote to your father. I want you to read them, Marcus, not to hurt him with them, but to help him understand, to show him what he was missing, to give him a roadmap back to you. But here's the thing. You get to decide if and when to share them with him. You don't owe him anything, son. If you want to keep them private, that's your right. If you want to burn them and never speak to him again, I'd understand. Your healing comes first, always. But if there's any part of you that still hopes for a relationship with your father, those letters might be the bridge you need. Use them if you want. Ignore them if you don't. Either way, know that I wanted to help you both find each other again. Because despite everything, you love your daddy, and he loves you. You just been speaking different languages for too long. Marcus glanced at his father standing beside him, then at his mother in the front row. This letter was revealing the depth of Thomas's wisdom, how he'd orchestrated this potential reconciliation even from beyond the grave. Sixth, I want you to share my story. Tell people about the janitor who saved a life. Not to make me famous. Lord knows I don't need that. But because invisible people need to know they matter. Because the Thomas Washingtons of the world need to understand that their quiet kindness has power. That seeing one person can change everything. Tell them about how a 74-year-old man with a bum knee climbed 4 flights of stairs to sit on a roof with a suicidal teenager. Tell them how he didn't have a psychology degree or training or credentials, just a willingness to be present. Tell them that sometimes professional help is important, but sometimes what a hurting person needs most is just another human being who says, "I see you." Marcus, you got a platform now. You built something that matters. Use it to remind the world that we're all responsible for each other, that we all got the power to save a life just by paying attention. The audience was completely silent except for the sound of people crying. This letter was becoming something more than a personal message. It was a call to action for everyone present. Seventh, and this is for when you're having a hard day. Remember what I told you that first night on the roof. You are enough, exactly as you are. Not as you could be, not as you should be, not as your father wanted you to be. As you are. That truth don't change, Marcus. On your worst day, when you feel like you're failing everyone, when you question if any of this matters, come back to that truth. You are enough. And the kids you help, they're enough too. That's the message. That's the whole mission. Just reminding people of their inherent worth and their value that exists separate from achievement or approval or success. If beyond the game does nothing else but remind people they're enough, that's everything. Marcus's voice was barely above a whisper now, the emotion almost overwhelming him. Michael put his hand on Marcus's shoulder, steadying him. Finally, I want to leave you with this. The night my James died, I thought my life was over. I thought I'd never feel joy again, never find purpose again, never be able to love again without fear destroying it. But then, I met you, Marcus, and you taught this broken old man that love doesn't die, it transforms. My love for James didn't end when he died. It transformed into love for you. And now, my love for you will transform into the love you show all those kids who come through your doors. That's how love works, son. It multiplies, but it ripples outward. It never really ends. It just changes form and touches new people. So when I'm gone, don't mourn too long. Just take the love I gave you and give it to the next kid who needs it. Take the lessons I taught you and teach them to someone else. Take the grace I showed you and show it to your father when he finally comes around. That's my legacy. Not my name or my story, but the love that keeps moving through you into the world. I'm proud of you, Marcus. Not for what you built, though that's impressive. Not for how many people you've helped, though that matters. I'm proud of you for surviving, for choosing to live when death seemed easier, for transforming your pain into purpose. You're doing what my James couldn't do. And every day you're alive, every kid you help, every family you heal, that's honoring both of us, my James and me. I love you, son. I'll be watching over you. And I'll be there at that roof's edge with every kid you help, reminding them they're not alone, reminding them they're enough. Thank you for letting an old janitor matter. Thank you for seeing me when most of the world didn't. Thank you for giving my final years meaning and purpose and joy. Now go save more lives. Keep being the light Thomas Washington raised you to be. Your old friend, Thomas P.S. Tell your daddy I forgive him, and tell him to forgive himself too. The past is done, but you two still got time to build something beautiful. Don't waste it. Marcus folded the letter carefully, tears streaming down his face. The entire auditorium sat in profound silence, everyone processing the depth of wisdom and love in Thomas's final words. Then Helen Washington spoke from beside Marcus. There's one more thing, she said quietly. When we cleaned out my father's apartment after he died, we found something else. A journal he'd kept for the past 15 years. Every significant conversation he had with Marcus, every breakthrough, every late-night phone call, he documented all of it. She pulled out a thick, worn notebook from her bag. He wrote it all down, because he said someday people would need to understand how healing happens, how one person can save another just by being present. Helen handed the journal to Marcus. This belongs to you, and to Beyond the Game. My father would want it used to train counselors, to teach people how to really listen, how to see the invisible. Marcus held the journal like it was made of gold. This is, Helen, this is incredible. This could help so many people learn how to do what Thomas did. That's what he wanted, Helen said. My father wasn't educated in psychology, but he understood the human heart better than anyone I've ever known. That journal is his gift to everyone who wants to help but doesn't know how. Michael finally spoke, his voice raw. Helen, your father saved my son when I couldn't. He was the father I should have been. I owe him a debt I can never repay. Helen looked at Michael with compassion. Mr. Jordan, my father didn't want debt. He wanted you to learn, to change, to become the father Marcus needed. And from what I saw in that documentary, you're doing that. That's how you honor my father, by being present for your son now. She turned to address the entire auditorium. My father spent his whole life being invisible. As a black janitor in America, people looked through him, not at him. He could have been bitter about that. Instead, he used his invisibility as a superpower. He saw the other invisible people, the struggling kids, the overlooked teenagers, the ones everyone else walked past without noticing. Her voice grew stronger. Thomas Washington may have been invisible to most of the world, but he saw everyone, and that's his legacy. Not that he was finally seen, but that he never stopped seeing others. The applause started slowly, then built into a standing ovation that lasted 5 full minutes. People were crying, embracing, changed by what they'd witnessed. When the applause finally died down, Marcus spoke one last time. Thomas wrote in his letter that love doesn't die, it transforms. Tonight, we've seen that transformation. And Thomas's love for me has transformed into this organization. My parents' broken love has transformed into a commitment to help other families heal. And all of our pain, Thomas's, mine, my parents', everyone in this room, is transforming into purpose. He held up Thomas's journal. This journal will become the foundation for our counselor training program. Thomas's wisdom will live on in every person we train to help struggling young people. His voice will echo through every life we save. Marcus looked at his father. Dad, Thomas's final message was forgiveness. He forgave you before you knew you needed it. And he asked me to tell you to forgive yourself. So I'm telling you now, forgive yourself. You made mistakes, but you're here now. You're trying, and that's enough. Michael stepped forward and embraced his son for the first time in front of hundreds of witnesses. Not a quick, awkward hug, but a full, desperate embrace of a father, finally holding the son he'd almost lost. I love you, Marcus, Michael said loud enough for the microphones to catch, and I'm proud of you. Not for your achievements, but for who you are. You're enough. You've always been enough. The audience erupted again, witnessing this moment of healing, this transformation of a broken relationship into something new and honest and real. As the event finally ended and people began to leave, dozens approached the stage to share their own stories, to ask for help, to express gratitude. The work of Beyond the Game was expanding in real time, touching lives in the moment. Michael, Marcus, Juanita, and Helen stood together on the stage, an unlikely family brought together by tragedy and transformation. "What happens now?" Juanita asked. Marcus smiled through his tears. "Now we do the work. We use this momentum to reach more families. We train more counselors using Thomas's methods. We open more centers. We save more lives." He looked at his parents. "And we keep healing. Keep being honest. Keep showing the world that broken things can be made beautiful." Michael nodded. "Together. We do it together." For the first time in Marcus's life, that word, together, felt true when applied to his family. Together, they would carry Thomas's light forward. Together, they would transform pain into purpose. Together, they would prove that it's never too late to choose love over legacy. And somewhere, Marcus was certain. Thomas Washington was smiling. 1 year later, Marcus Jordan stood on a stage in Seattle, cutting the ribbon on the 25th Beyond the Game location. Rain misted softly outside, but inside, the newly renovated building was filled with warmth, hope, and over 200 people who'd come to celebrate. Beside him stood his father, Michael, who'd become a regular presence at centers across the country. Juanita was there too, along with Helen Washington, who'd joined the organization's board of directors. And in the crowd, Marcus could see faces that represented the past year's journey. Ethan, Deshawn, Jasmine, Connor, Sophia, Jamal, and dozens of others whose lives had been touched by the work. "A year ago," Marcus said into the microphone, "we had 8 locations and a dream to reach more families. Today, we have 25 centers in 18 states, with 10 more opening next year. We've helped over 5,000 young people find their path. But more importantly, we've helped thousands of families learn to see each other." He looked at his father. "Dad, do you want to say something?" Michael stepped forward, no longer the hesitant, uncertain man who'd first walked into Beyond the Game a year ago. He'd become comfortable with vulnerability, with admitting his failures, with using his story to help others. "When I walked into the Chicago Center last year," Michael said, "I thought I was coming to learn about my son's work. What I didn't know was that I was coming to learn how to be a father, how to see my son, how to love without controlling." He paused, his voice thick with emotion. "This past year has been the most humbling and most meaningful year of my life. I've spoken at over 50 support groups. I've talked with hundreds of parents who were making the same mistakes I made. And every time I share my story, every time I admit how badly I failed, I see the relief in their eyes. Relief that even Michael Jordan isn't perfect, that even legends struggle with the most important job they'll ever have." Michael gestured to the crowd. "I see some familiar faces out there. Marcus Jackson, the football coach who learned to let his son become a teacher. Dr. Chen, the physician who learned to support her daughter's art career. Families who took the risk of choosing connection over control." Marcus Sr. stood up in the crowd, his arm around Jamal. "Mr. Jordan, and I just want to say, my son starts his education program at the University of Washington next month, and I'm proud of him, really proud. Not for what he's achieving, but for having the courage to be himself." Jamal beamed, and the crowd applauded. Dr. Chen stood next. "My daughter had her first gallery showing last month. I bought 3 of her paintings, not to be supportive, but because they're genuinely beautiful. I was wrong about so much. Thank you for showing me a different way." Sophia hugged her mother, both of them crying happy tears. One by one, families stood to share their updates. Some were still struggling. still working through years of damage. But all of them were trying, choosing honesty over appearances, choosing their children over their egos. Then a young man in the back raised his hand. Someone Marcus didn't recognize? "Dirk, can I say something?" he asked tentatively. "I'm not part of a program. I saw the documentary 6 months ago, and it changed everything." Marcus nodded. "Please, come up." The young man made his way to the stage. He was maybe 19, thin, with nervous energy radiating from him. "My name is David Chen," he said. "No relation to Dr. Chen. I'm a sophomore at the University of California. My father is a tech entrepreneur who sold his company for $800 million. Growing up, everyone expected me to be just like him, brilliant, driven, successful." His voice shook. "But I'm not like him. I struggle with anxiety and depression. I barely got into college, and I'm failing half my classes. 6 months ago, I was planning to kill myself. I had pills saved up, a plan, a note written." The crowd was completely silent. Then my roommate made me watch this documentary," David continued. "He said, 'Dude, you need to see this.' At first, I didn't want to. I thought it would be some inspirational garbage that wouldn't help. But then I saw Marcus talking about standing on that roof. I saw Michael Jordan, the Michael Jordan, admitting he failed as a father. I saw real people with real struggles. And for the first time, I didn't feel alone." Tears streamed down his face. "I called your crisis line that night. The counselor talked to me for 3 hours. She helped me get into therapy, helped me talk to my parents, helped me realize that my worth isn't tied to my GPA, or my success, or being like my father." He looked directly at Marcus. "You saved my life, and you didn't even know I existed. That documentary, on your willingness to be vulnerable, it reached me across the country and gave me a reason to stay alive." Marcus walked over and hugged David, both of them crying. The crowd erupted in applause, many people standing, recognizing that this was the point of everything they'd built. Reaching people they'd never meet, saving lives they'd never know about. When the applause died down, Michael spoke again. "David, thank you for sharing your story. And thank you for staying alive. You represent what this work is really about, not the centers or the programs or even the documentary. It's about creating a world where young people know they're not alone, where they have permission to be themselves, where they don't have to die to escape expectations." He turned to the crowd. "A year ago, I had 6 championship rings and an empty relationship with my son. Today, I still have those rings, but I also have something more valuable. I have my son. Really, have him. We talk 3 times a week. I know about his life, his dreams, his struggles. We're building a real relationship, not a performance." Marcus smiled at his father. "We still mess up sometimes. Dad still occasionally tries to give me advice I didn't ask for. I still get defensive when he does. We're not perfect, but we're honest. And that makes all the difference." Juanita stood from her seat. "Can I add something?" Marcus nodded, and Juanita joined them on stage. "For years, I blamed Michael for everything that went wrong with Marcus," Juanita said. "And yes, Michael made terrible mistakes, but I made mistakes too. I enabled dysfunction. I kept secrets. I tried to protect Marcus by protecting him from his father, when what I should have done was demand that Michael step up." She looked at both her ex-husband and son. "This past year, the 3 of us have been in family therapy together. We've had hard conversations. We've cried together. We've learned to communicate honestly, maybe for the first time ever. Our family doesn't look like a traditional family, but it works for us, and it's real." Helen Washington stood and walked to the stage. The crowd recognized her from the documentary and applauded. "I want to share something my father wrote in his journal," Helen said, pulling out the worn notebook that had become central to the Beyond the Game training program. This entry is from 3 years ago, about 2 years before he died. She opened to a marked page and read, "Today, Marcus called me excited. He told me Beyond the Game helped their 1,000th young person. 1,000 lives touched by one life saved. And I thought about how my James's death, that terrible, senseless tragedy, somehow became the seed that grew into all this healing. Pain doesn't just destroy. Sometimes, if we let it, pain can create, can transform, can bloom into something that saves thousands of others from the same pain. That's grace, I think. That's redemption. That's God taking our worst moments and somehow, mysteriously, making them matter." Helen's voice broke. "My father died believing that his son's death had purpose because it led him to Marcus, which led to all of this. And watching what this organization has become, seeing the thousands of lives saved, I finally understand what he meant. James didn't die in vain. His death created a chain of healing that's still rippling outward." She looked at Marcus. "You're my father's living legacy. And through you, you're my brother's legacy too. Thank you for honoring them both by doing this work." Marcus embraced Helen, and the crowd applauded again, understanding that they were witnessing something sacred, the transformation of generational trauma into generational healing. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony ended, the new Seattle Center opened its doors. Families toured the facilities, counseling rooms, group meeting spaces, a library filled with resources, and offices for the staff who would run the daily operations. Michael found himself in the hallway, looking at a wall covered with photos of Thomas Washington, the janitor who'd started it all. There were pictures from throughout Thomas's life. Young Thomas in his military uniform, middle-aged Thomas at work, elderly Thomas with Marcus at the diner. Beneath the photos was a quote from Thomas's journal. "Real heroes don't wear capes. They wear janitor uniforms and work third shift and nobody knows their names. But they save lives anyway, not for glory, but because they remember what it felt like to need saving themselves." "He would have loved this," a voice said behind Michael. He turned to find a young woman, maybe 25, with Thomas's kind eyes. "I'm sorry, have we met?" Michael asked. "I'm Keisha Washington," she said. "Thomas's granddaughter. Helen is my mom." Michael's eyes widened. "David Washington's daughter?" She nodded. "I never knew my father. He died in that car accident before I was born. But Grandpa Thomas told me stories about him my whole life. And he told me about you too, Mr. Jordan. About your son. About how he was trying to build a bridge between you both." "I wish I'd known your grandfather," Michael said honestly. "I wish I'd thanked him while he was alive." Keisha smiled gently. "He didn't need thanks. He needed to see you and Marcus heal. And you did. That was enough for him." She paused, then pulled a folded paper from her purse. "Grandpa Thomas left something for you, too. Mom didn't know about it until we found it in his safety deposit box last month. He wrote it years ago but told the bank to only release it after he died and after you and Marcus reconciled. Somehow, he knew you would." Michael took the letter with trembling hands. Another message from Thomas Washington, from beyond the grave. "Can I read it now?" Michael asked. "He wanted you to," Keisha said. Michael unfolded the paper. It was dated 5 years ago, when Marcus would have been 27, and Michael would have been completely unaware of his son's pain or Thomas's role in saving him. The letter read, "Dear Mr. Jordan, if you're reading this, it means 2 things. I'm dead, and you and your son have found each other again. I'm glad about both, though I admit the first one makes me a bit sad to think about. I'm writing this 5 years after I first saved Marcus on that roof. He's doing well now, built a small organization, helping kids like himself. But he still ain't told you about any of it. Still keeping you at a distance to protect himself. I understand why, but it breaks my heart. Because despite everything, that boy loves you. He wants your approval so badly it still hurts him when he doesn't get it. Mr. Jordan, by the time you read this, you'll probably know everything. You'll know about the roof, about our relationship, about all the years I was the father you weren't. And I imagine you feel pretty terrible about that. Good. You should feel terrible. You failed your son in ways that almost cost him his life. But Mr. Jordan, Michael, here's what I need you to understand. Feeling terrible don't help nobody unless you transform it into action. Guilt is useless. Change is everything. If you're reading this, it means you've changed. It means you and Marcus found a way back to each other. It means my prayers got answered. So now what? Now you got to sustain it. Can't just have one good year and think you're fixed. Healing is daily work. Staying connected requires constant effort. Don't get lazy now. Keep showing up for Marcus. Keep being vulnerable. Keep admitting when you're wrong. Keep choosing him over your ego. And use your story, Michael. You got a platform nobody else has. People listen to you because of basketball. Use that attention to tell the truth about fatherhood, about failure, about mental health. You got the power to change how America thinks about these things. That's your redemption. Not just fixing things with Marcus, but helping thousands of other fathers avoid making your mistakes. I forgive you, Michael. I forgave you years ago. Now you need to forgive yourself and get to work. Thomas Washington, P.S. Thank you for letting me love your son when you couldn't. It gave my life meaning after I lost mine. Marcus wasn't a burden to me. He was a gift. I hope you see him as the gift he is now too. Michael stood in that hallway, reading Thomas's words over and over, tears streaming down his face. This man, this invisible janitor, had seen everything so clearly, had forgiven him before Michael even knew he needed forgiveness, had loved his son unconditionally for 15 years. "Are you okay, Mr. Jordan?" Keisha asked gently. Michael wiped his eyes. "Your grandfather was remarkable. I owe him everything." "He'd say you don't owe him anything," Keisha replied. "He'd say, just keep being a good father to Marcus. That's all he ever wanted." Michael folded the letter carefully. "Can I keep this?" "It's yours. He wrote it for you." As Keisha walked away to join her mother, Michael stood alone with Thomas's final message. Around him, the Seattle Center buzzed with activity. Families touring, and counselors meeting with young people, hope being planted in soil that had been barren. This was Thomas's legacy. This was what one person's kindness could create. And Michael was part of it now. Not as the star, not as the legend, but as a father who'd failed and was learning to do better. That was enough. That was everything. Marcus Jordan stood in his Chicago office, the same office where his father had first visited 18 months ago. But the room looked different now. Thomas's photograph still held the place of honor on his desk, but surrounding it were new photos, Marcus and Michael at a support group, Marcus and Juanita volunteering together, the entire Jordan family at a Beyond the Game fundraiser. It was a quiet Tuesday afternoon, where Marcus was reviewing applications for the newest center set to open in Atlanta when his phone buzzed. A text from his father. "Dinner tonight? Just us?" I want to talk about something important." Marcus smiled. A year and a half ago, those words would have filled him with dread. Now, they just made him curious. He texted back, "Sure. The usual place? 7 p.m.? Perfect. Love you, son." Marcus stared at those last 3 words. His father said them regularly now, casually, naturally, as if he'd been saying them Marcus's whole life, instead of just the past year and a half. It still caught Marcus off guard sometimes, still made his throat tight with emotion. He went back to his work, but his mind wandered. The past 18 months had been transformative in ways he couldn't have imagined. The documentary had reached millions of people. Beyond the Game had expanded from 8 locations to 32. Over 7,000 young people had been helped through their programs. But more than the numbers, it was the stories that mattered. There was Ethan, the baseball player who'd walked in suicidal 18 months ago. He was now in his 2nd year of college, studying social work and volunteering at Beyond the Game twice a week. His father had eventually come around, attending family therapy for 6 months, before finally accepting that his son's worth wasn't tied to baseball. There was Connor, the hockey player's son. He'd just finished his 1st year studying marine biology, and his father had recently attended one of Connor's presentations about coral reef conservation. Afterward, Connor's father had called Marcus, crying, saying, "See, I finally understand what my son loves. And it's beautiful." There was Jasmine, healthy and coaching youth soccer, with a completely different philosophy than she'd been taught. Her team didn't have a win-loss record. Instead, they had growth goals and joy metrics. Parents loved it because their kids actually wanted to show up to practice. And there was David Chen, the young man who'd testified at the Seattle opening. He'd transferred to a different university, changed his major to psychology, and was thriving. His father had watched the documentary 3 times, finally understanding the pressure he'd put on his son without realizing it. These stories were everywhere now. The documentary had opened a floodgate of families finally having honest conversations about expectations, pressure, and identity. Marcus's assistant knocked on his door. "Marcus, there's someone here to see you. Says his name is Robert Kim, and he drove 3 hours to talk to you." Marcus looked at his schedule. "I don't have an appointment." "I know, but he says it's urgent. He says his daughter is—" The assistant's voice dropped. "He says she's planning to hurt herself, and he doesn't know what to do." Marcus stood immediately. "Send him in." A man in his 50s entered, disheveled and desperate. His eyes were red from crying, his hands shaking. "Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry to just show up," Robert said, his voice breaking. "But I watched your documentary last month, and yesterday I found my daughter's diary. She's been writing about ending her life because she thinks she's disappointing me. Because she wants to be an artist instead of a doctor like me." Marcus gestured for Robert to sit. "Tell me everything." For the next hour, Robert poured out his story. His daughter, Sarah, was 17, a straight-A student who'd been accepted to pre-med programs at 3 prestigious universities. But she didn't want to be a doctor. She wanted to study animation, to create art, to tell stories through film. "I told her that art was a hobby," Robert said, shame evident in his voice. "I said if she really loved me, she'd at least try pre-med. And now she's stopped eating. She's stopped talking to me. She wrote in her diary that she'd rather die than disappoint me." Marcus listened, hearing his own story reflected back at him once again. "Mr. Kim," Marcus said gently, "what you're describing is a crisis. Your daughter needs immediate help, therapy, possibly hospitalization if she's actively suicidal. But she also needs something else. She needs you to release your expectations. Completely. Not halfway, not conditionally, completely. "But I'm a doctor," Robert protested. "Medicine is a noble profession. I just want—" "You want her to be you," Marcus interrupted. "But Mr. Kim, she isn't you. She's Sarah. And Sarah wants to create art. That's not less valuable than medicine. It's just different." He pulled up a video on his computer and turned it toward Robert. It was from the documentary, the section where Michael Jordan admitted he'd almost lost his son because of expectations. "Watch this," Marcus said. Robert watched, tears streaming down his face, as Michael spoke about standing in his study reading Marcus's letter, to realizing his son had almost died because of pressure he'd applied without even recognizing it as pressure. When it finished, Robert looked at Marcus. "That's me. That's exactly what I'm doing to Sarah." "Yes," Marcus said honestly. "But you're here now. You're seeing it before it's too late. That's what matters." Marcus spent 2 more hours with Robert, helping him understand how to approach Sarah, connecting him with one of Beyond the Game's family therapists, creating a plan for immediate intervention and long-term healing. As Robert left, grateful and terrified but at least armed with a plan, Marcus thought about how many Robert Kims were out there right now. How many Sarahs were writing in diaries about wanting to die? How much pain existed in families where love had been confused with control? The work was endless, but it was worth it. Marcus checked his watch, 6:30 p.m. He needed to head to dinner with his father. At the restaurant, Michael was already seated in a quiet corner booth. He stood when Marcus arrived, and they hugged, something that had become natural over the past year and a half. "Thanks for coming," Michael said as they sat down. "Of course. What did you want to talk about?" Michael pulled out a folder. Inside were architectural drawings, budget projections, and planning documents. "I want to build something," Michael said. "A training center for Beyond the Game. A place where we can train counselors in Thomas's methods, where we can host conferences, where families can come for intensive retreats. I'm thinking about 40 acres outside of Chicago, with residential facilities, meeting spaces, recreational areas." Marcus looked at the plans, stunned. "Dad, this would cost $20 million, Michael finished. "I know. I'm willing to fund it entirely. But Marcus, I need you to say yes first. This is your organization, your vision. I won't push it on you." Marcus studied the drawings. There was a main building labeled Thomas Washington Center for Family Healing, smaller buildings for residential programs, a memorial garden with Thomas's name prominently featured. "Why?" Marcus asked. "I mean, I know why, but I want to hear you say it." Michael set down his menu and looked his son directly in the eyes. "Because 18 months ago, I was a man who had everything the world says matters. Money, fame, success, and none of what actually matters. I had a son I didn't know, a legacy built on achievements that meant nothing, a life that looked perfect but felt empty." He paused, his voice thick with emotion. "You gave me a second chance, Marcus. You wrote that letter. You let me into your world. You forgave me even though I didn't deserve it. And this past year and a half has been the most meaningful time of my life. Not because of basketball, because of this work, because of being your father, because of finally understanding what actually matters." Michael gestured to the plans. "I want to build this because I have money sitting in accounts, doing nothing. And I can't think of a better way to use it than to create something that helps families avoid the pain we went through. That honors Thomas. That ensures his methods are taught to future generations of helpers." Marcus felt tears forming. "This is incredible, Dad. But it's too much. See, you don't have to." "I want to," Michael interrupted. "Marcus, I can't get back the years I lost with you. I can't undo the pain I caused, but I can use my resources to make sure fewer families experience that pain. That's my redemption. That's how I make my life mean something beyond basketball. Marcus looked at the plans again, imagining the Thomas Washington Center fully operational. Hundreds of counselors being trained, thousands of families coming through for help. Thomas's legacy expanding even further. "Okay," Marcus said, his voice breaking. "Let's build it." Michael smiled, a genuine smile that reached his eyes. "There's one more thing. I want you to run it. You'd still oversee all of Beyond the Game. But this training center would be your special project, and your chance to institutionalize everything Thomas taught you." "I'd be honored," Marcus said. They ordered dinner, and the conversation shifted to logistics, timelines, hiring plans. But underneath the practical discussion was something deeper. A father and son working together, building something meaningful, choosing purpose over ego. As they finished eating, Michael pulled out one more document. "I've also been working with lawyers," he said. "I'm setting up a trust that will fund Beyond the Game in perpetuity. $50 million in an endowment that will ensure the organization survives long after we're gone. You'll never have to worry about funding again." Marcus couldn't speak. $50 million. Financial security for the organization forever. The ability to help countless more families without ever worrying about money. "Dad, I don't know what to say." "Say you'll keep doing this work," Michael replied. "Say you'll keep being the person Thomas raised you to be. Say you'll keep saving lives." "I will," Marcus promised. "Always." Michael reached across the table and took his son's hand. "I'm proud of you, Marcus. Not for building a successful organization, though that's impressive. I'm proud of you for surviving when I made you want to die. I'm proud of you for forgiving me when you had every right to hate me. I'm proud of you for being kind when life taught you cruelty." "I learned that from Thomas," Marcus said quietly. "And now you're teaching it to thousands of others," Michael replied. "That's your legacy, son. Not my last name, not my fame. Your legacy is every life you save, every family you heal, by every kid who chooses to live because someone finally saw them." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, father and son, no longer strangers, no longer performing, just being. "Can I ask you something?" Marcus said finally. "Do you ever regret it? The years you spent focused on basketball instead of on me?" Michael was quiet for a long moment. "Every day," he admitted. "Every single day. I think about the moments I missed, your games I didn't attend, your struggles I didn't see, the conversation we could have had if I hadn't been so blind. But Marcus, regret is only useful if it leads to change. So I've taken my regret and transformed it into commitment. Commitment to being present now, to helping other fathers avoid my mistakes, to making my remaining years with you count." He squeezed Marcus's hand. "I can't get back the past, but I can make sure the future is different. That's all any of us can do." Marcus nodded, understanding. They finished their dinner, talking about smaller things, Marcus's upcoming trip to visit the Miami Center, Michael's plans to speak at a parenting conference, Juanita's new volunteer work with teenage girls. As they left the restaurant, walking into the cool Chicago night, Marcus felt something he'd never felt before. Complete peace with his father. Not because everything was perfect, but because everything was honest. They stood on the sidewalk, about to go their separate ways. "Same time next week?" Michael asked. Same time next week, Marcus confirmed. They hugged one more time, and as Michael walked toward his car, he turned back. Marcus? Yeah, Dad. Thank you for giving me a second chance, and for showing me what actually matters, for being brave enough to tell the truth. Marcus smiled. Thank you for finally listening, for changing, for being the father I always needed you to be. Michael nodded, got in his car, and drove away. Marcus stood on the sidewalk for a moment, looking up at the Chicago skyline. Somewhere in this city, young people were struggling right now, feeling invisible, feeling inadequate, feeling like they had to be someone they weren't to earn love. But tomorrow, some of them would walk through the doors of Beyond the Game, and someone would see them. Someone would tell them they were enough. Someone would give them what Thomas had given Marcus, a reason to stay alive long enough to discover their own purpose. The work would continue. The healing would ripple outward. Thomas's legacy would live on. Marcus pulled out his phone and looked at a photo he kept saved. The picture of him with Thomas at that diner, both of them smiling, both of them knowing that love had saved a life. Thank you, Thomas, Marcus whispered to the photo, for seeing me, for saving me, for teaching me that love multiplies when we give it away. Then he walked to his car and drove home, ready to wake up tomorrow and save more lives. Because that's what Thomas had taught him, and that's what he would keep doing for the rest of his life. The letter that made a legend cry had become the catalyst for healing thousands of families, and the janitor nobody noticed had become the hero everyone remembered. That was enough. That was everything. So that's the incredible true story of how Marcus Jordan's letter transformed his family and created a movement that saved thousands of lives. Now we want to hear from you. Where are you watching this from? Drop your country or city in the comments below. If this story touched your heart, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. By subscribing, you're helping us spread these messages of kindness, hope, and healing to people all around the world who need to hear them. And don't stop here. Click on the video appearing on your screen right now to watch another amazing story that will inspire you. Thank you for watching, and remember, you are enough, exactly as you are.